Thank you. Thank you so much. I've had several people who have come and said, do you have your books here? And my books are about this big and this thick because I wanted to do books, An Alien Harvest, Glimpses of Other Realities, Volume 1, Facts and Eyewitnesses. The second volume is High Strangeness. And the fourth book is Mysterious Lights and Crop Circles. And when I go back to the first discussion that I had with an editor in New York that Bud Hopkins had referenced me to when I was working on An Alien Harvest. And I sent a manuscript with an outline and some of the photos that I wanted to show the world, that in the animal mutilations, the excisions and the ground were bloodless, trackless, and I wanted to be able to show big, clear, high quality photographs, and I also wanted to show documents that began for me probably in the year 1980 and accelerated when I started working on a home box office documentary in '83, and that's what took me to Kirtland Air Force Base and the meeting there with an Air Force Office of Special Investigations agent who handed me, to my surprise, about a 10-page document that he said, my superiors have asked me to show this to you. You can read it, but you cannot take notes, and you have to move to that chair. Now, it was a huge office, and it was a big desk, and it had on some commander's name. And I was so green at that time, even though I had done A Strange Harvest, and I had worked so hard, 18 hours a day, 7 days a week, going out into the fields, trying to photograph, get people on the record who were ranchers, who were sheriffs, who were telling me off the record, Linda, the perpetrators of animal mutilations are creatures from outer space. And I went through an Alice in Wonderland mirror time where I lived a kind of professional life of grace, married, child, dogs, cats, the life that all of us would say was, yes, a normal human life. And when I went through that Alice in Wonderland mirror with sheriffs first saying the perpetrators are creatures from outer space, I had no context to hear that. But at the end of A Strange Harvest, in those 9 months, literally unrelenting every day, and sitting across from some people who were traumatized, other people who were enraged, other people who were curious, and having to get down on my knees in a way, kind of to the universe, please help me. I do not know how to do this. That occurred. And out of that, to this day, I have found that trying to investigate animal mutilations that led to the human abductions, that led to circles and patterns in the ground in the pastures, that led to all kinds of medical and forensic and scientists that I have worked with, that have led to people who were frustrated whistleblowers inside of the government. Slowly but surely, up to this day, people who actually have firsthand knowledge have come and shown and discussed and tried to explain to me why this is a subject that cannot be explained to the world. And every single time, military or intel, that somebody has said to me, there is no way that we can ever tell this story to the human public. Something in me, from the very beginning to this very minute, it reacts with, how can a handful of humans from World War II on have decided that they were the only ones with enough intelligence and strength and courage to take on that we're not alone in this universe and we never have been, and that what they were encountering in World War II was so sobering that they thought that the world should continue to evolve in a concocted mythology that governments, military, and intelligence would control. And I stand before you this morning wishing that I could give you bottom line answers. But what I'm going to try to do in this presentation, it is the beginning of a kind of an arc that goes to the workshops. I think I can use the word, I am convinced that extraterrestrials, at least three competing, it's a very important word, competing types, have been terraforming and harvesting genetic material from this planet for, one DIA guy told me, 270 million years. It's been a long time. And those of us sitting in this room, Cro-Magnon, Homo sapien, sapien is the category. We've only been on this planet in this form for about 30 to 35,000 years. So keep in mind, as we begin here, I'm going to go back in time, and I'm going to come forward to the present, trying to braid for you a kind of synthesis of many pieces that I think are really, really important, and many I think you will not have encountered before, because our leaders, our authorities coming out of World War II, England and the United States, thought that humans could not handle the truth. God bless Contact in the Desert and all of you here, because I think you can handle any truth. Okay. And earthfiles.com, this is the news website that I have done since 1999. It now has almost 3,000 in-depth reports, 60-some thousand images, documents, clear, digital. The archive is huge. I use it all the time myself as an encyclopedia. And at earthfiles.com is where you can get and order my big books. The price has been the same for 10 or 11 years. Nothing changes. It's just that's where they are, and it's much easier because each book weighs about 4 pounds. Okay. It is. And while we're looking at a title and Earth Files, I just want to extend a thank you to Paul Andrews and the staff that came up with this idea, and that I hope that this could extend out to other cities, maybe even other countries. Contact in New York, Contact in LA. It would be wonderful in this climate where I think people, for the first time, because they don't trust anything that governments say anymore, that they're realizing that there is this big body of something that they haven't been told. And so I am grateful that we have Contact in the Desert, and that you all know that I am struggling to break through, or at least crack, what are policies of government denial that have been used since World War II to deliberately, every day and every hour, keep the public and the media ignorant on purpose. And in fact, on July 15th, only a few weeks ago, a NASA panel on the search for life in the universe gathered in Washington, D.C., where NASA Administrator Charles Bolden showed a slide that was entitled, 10% to 20% of known stars have Earth-like planets in the habitable zone. Now that is one hell of a sentence coming from NASA. 10 to 20% of known stars have Earth-like planets in the habitable zone. NASA's Administrator Bolden said, quote, "It is highly improbable in the limitless excuse me, vastness of the universe that we humans stand alone," close quote. And further, MIT physicist Sarah Seeger said, quote, "We believe that we're very close in terms of technology and science to actually finding another Earth and signs of life on another world," close quote. When your authorities begin saying these words at press conferences in Washington, D.C., I think that they are trying to plow the ground for the announcement that we've all been waiting for, that we're not alone in the universe. And I think that the CIA, NSA, and MJ-12 with NASA, which NASA has always been under the thumb of the CIA, if you were not aware, that they want this discovery of life to come from a distance, Mars, Enceladus, maybe another planet. Then it's safer. And the reporters will have all that first round of questions, but it won't be here. So I think that's how they're going to try, but I don't know if that's the way it's going to go down. And I think that these circles in stone and dirt, you need to, for my presentation, if you will just stay on the slides, because I'm going to go through a lot. So get off of, yeah. These circles in stone and dirt found around this planet going back at least 15,000 years in South Africa are residues of other intelligent life in the cosmos interacting with and terraforming Earth. These ancient South African stone circles can only be seen from the air. Their location is west of Maputo and north of Swaziland. Going forward in time from South Africa's stone circles to 12,000 years ago, we come to the mysterious circles of tall limestone pillars in Göbekli Tepe in southern Turkey. And then jumping to India, this is a 10,000-year-old rock painting of a hairless being with large black eyes, 4 fingers, and 4 toes. This extraordinary gray extraterrestrial-looking being was recently found in the Chorama, India region, 1,100 miles inland and northwest of Mumbai. Indian archaeologist J.R. Bhagat told the Times of India on July 15, 2014, quote, "These rock paintings are done in natural colors that have hardly faded despite the years. Findings suggest that humans in prehistoric times may have seen or imagined beings from other planets," close quote. The Times of India points out that in the village of Chandeli and Gotitola, where the cave rock paintings have been found and photographed, these are villages inhabited by people who tell about their ancestors, Rohila. The Rohila translates as the, quote, small-sized ones, close quote. The villagers describe the Rohila as landing from the sky in a round-shaped flying object and have taken away 1 or 2 villagers who have never returned. This is the oldest abduction case that I have heard about. I was reminded by those 10,000-year-old yellow gold coverings and the large rounded heads of a large-headed, gray-skinned being encountered during a November 1980 abduction of a couple in Colorado. The husband artist said that the skin was actually the color of the gray drawing paper, not the flesh-colored pastel that he reached for under deep hypnosis and used to sketch the being. This one is a type with a pear-shaped head that government insiders have said that is an eben. When we talk about an eben, that's what they are, pear-shaped. They're still gray-skinned. These are the ones that make the menagerie of all the other grays that have the big black eyes of various characteristics and sizes. This particular being, this eben, has 4 long fingers, but they're not shaped like our hand. These 2 are very long, and these 2 are shorter. Now, in this rock painting that has just been released, this information, Professor Bhagat said, quote, "The fan-like antenna and 3 legs of the vehicle clearly show a similarity to UFO-type craft," close quote. Professor Bhagat is in the Chhattisgarh State Department of Archaeology and Culture, and he is asking NASA now to help research these rock paintings that have been carbon dated to 10,000 years ago. The Colorado abductee artist also sketched this craft with glowing orange light and windows on some sort of struts, and this was emanating a beam of orange light coming out of it, which reminds me again of what has been discovered in those caves in India. Well, now, so we've been at 10,000, let's go to 9,000 years ago. These are only visible from the air, and they look so much like the South African that Michael was showing us yesterday, but these are in Saudi Arabia, in Syria, and Jordan. And these are from an Australian project in which they have been trying to look at these politically difficult lands for the last 3 or 4 years from satellite and using Google Earth. And what they are finding are hundreds and thousands of these, just exactly like South Africa. This is reinforcing the issue. Are we looking at self-activating software that is incomprehensible to human minds, and that these patterns that are perhaps all over the planet have been put there by extraterrestrials in order to accomplish something that may relate to energy, communication, or something that is beyond our understanding? Even the Bedouins, who know everything in Saudi Arabia and in Syria and Jordan, they didn't even know that most of this was here till the satellite studies, and they have no idea what they are or why. And they are not holders of animals, which was somebody told the New York Times. And when Michael said, well, a lot of these are only this high, that's not holding any animals. These are patterns in lava, as it turns out in these cases. And now, another place that Michael talked about yesterday, Napta. This is in the Nubian Saharan desert of Egypt, and this goes back 7,000 years ago. This was a standing stone circle that was erected, and researchers have discovered 6 megalithic standing stones at the center of a circle made of 24 more stones for a total of 30. And like the spokes of a wheel, alignments radiate outward in what is thought to be an astronomical calculator, reminiscent of the great stone circle of Stonehenge in England that emerged 2,000 years later after Napta. Stonehenge is estimated to be about 5,000 years old. I've heard presentations yesterday, John Anthony West and others. There's a suggestion this may be much, much older, but I'm going with the current academic. It's about 5,000 years old. Described by some as a Neolithic stone computer. Astronomer Gerald Hawkins, author of Stonehenge Decoded, detailed analysis that showed that this stone computer could accurately compute many different cycles of solar and lunar eclipses for a period of 300 years before a simple adjustment was needed for another 300 years of detailed eclipse accuracy. Further, modern-day research demonstrates that Stonehenge resonates, quote, much like blowing over the top of a bottle to make it hoot, or like running a finger around the top of a crystal glass. This would work by making the air in the space vibrate at its fundamental resonant frequency. Measurements of the diameter of Stonehenge indicates that its fundamental resonant frequency is about 10 hertz. 10 hertz raises this question: why so well matched to a frequency that is an alpha wave pattern in the human brain? Alpha waves are associated with relaxation, altered states of consciousness, and meditation. So why was Stonehenge constructed to resonate at 10 hertz, in addition to its work as a stone astronomical computer? From Stonehenge to South Africa to Göbekli Tepe to the Middle East to Egypt and beyond. What if stone circles for centuries have been deliberately designed to resonate in specific frequencies as machines that operate by self-activating software turned on in certain fields? Who made the stone machines and that self-activating software? One hypothesis is that non-humans from somewhere else in the cosmos have been terraforming this planet for millennia. And now we know that there are about 200 billion stars in just our Milky Way galaxy alone. And there are billions of galaxies in this universe. Perhaps half of them have planets. NASA's Kepler mission has discovered dozens of planets that are in that Goldilocks zone of just not too hot, not too cold, not too dry, just right to sustain life. And for me, since 1979, I have been exposed in my work as a TV producer, writer, director, editor, and reporter to Earth mysteries and whistleblowers that indicate that other cosmic intelligences have interacted with Earth for eons and that they continue to interact today. One of those TV productions took me to Kirtland Air Force Base in Albuquerque, New Mexico on April 9th, 1983. I was working on a home box office documentary entitled UFOs, the ET Factor. Then New York attorney Peter Gersten, who was working with Citizens Against UFO Secrecy, had organized a meeting for me at the U.S. Air Force Office of Special Investigations at Kirtland Air Force Base in Albuquerque. There, a special agent named Richard Doty handed me an alleged briefing paper for the President of the United States of America on the subject of unidentified aerial craft known as UACs, and it included this sentence: extraterrestrial biological entities manipulated DNA in already evolving primates to create Homo sapien. Was the first ET genetic manipulation all the way back to Homo erectus in Africa 1.9 million years ago, or in one of the later models leading up to Cro-Magnon, Homo sapien sapien on the far right in this graphic? This is us. This is modern humanity. 30,000 to 40,000 years ago, this latest model of standing-up primate, Cro-Magnon, Homo sapien sapien, had three big improvements over Neanderthalensis. The brain had changed for language, the Cro-Magnons could build boats, and they could make more sophisticated stone tools. So if the briefing paper that I was shown at Kirtland Air Force Base was correct, ETs made different models of Homo sapien from already evolving primates and kept tweaking different models up to modern humankind. The implication is that those DNA manipulating intelligences have been based on Earth for millennia, harvesting and manipulating genetic material from Earth life with non-terrestrial technologies that include anti-gravity, invisibility, and the projection of three-dimensional holograms as camouflage that the human retina and mind cannot tell as different from the world around us. The last big ice age on this planet hit its peak around 18,000 years ago, and the Earth began to warm up. And you can see on this map, here is where the ice was at the last maximum, 18,000. And you can see most of the United States was dry and cold, and over in here, here is Northern Europe and this area, but here is the Mediterranean. It was also free of ice. This is important. During that warming, something happened about 11,000 to 12,000 years ago to plunge Earth temperatures downward again very suddenly, and by nearly 30 degrees Fahrenheit below present-day temperatures. It's called the Younger Dryas. It was a cold snap. It lasted 1,500 years, and in North America, all over hundreds and hundreds of square miles, they have found, this is what's called carbon mat, and inside of the carbon mat are nanodiamonds and iridium. Iridium is a material linked to impacts from outer space, and the hypothesis is that one or more comets and or meteors collided with this planet on the North American side and caused fires and dark skies around the entire Earth for at least 5 years. In that cold darkness, 33 large animal species went extinct in North America, including the woolly mammoths excavated from tundra, still preserved with buttercups in their mouths, freeze-dried. And that means that these big animals were quick frozen also in something that happened very, very rapidly. Saber-toothed tiger skeletons have been found with their spines twisted 180 degrees by some unimaginable force. At the same time that all this chaos was happening in North America, on the other side of the world is a place called Göbekli Tepe, 9 miles northeast of Şanlıurfa, Turkey, near the Syrian northern border. Here is a satellite map that shows in a yellow pin, this is the marker at Göbekli Tepe in these remote hills northeast of Şanlıurfa and the Urfa Museum, which is now vital to understanding what is happening in Göbekli Tepe. It is interesting that this region's water comes from the ancient Euphrates River, and that is the longest river in Western Asia. These circles of limestone pillars have been carbon dated to 12,000 years ago. That is more than twice the age of Mesopotamia. German archaeologist Klaus Schmidt, PhD, began excavating the first time about 20 years ago in 1994, and he was going layer by layer very carefully. Sadly, he died on Sunday, July 20th, last month, of a heart attack at age 61 while swimming in a pool back in Germany where he worked in the German Archaeology Institute. We are all so indebted to Dr. Schmidt for his great efforts to investigate what was inside Göbekli Tepe, a word that means potbelly hill. It was the hill's unnatural shape that first caught the attention of University of Chicago and Istanbul University in the 1960s, though scientists thought that it should be investigated then. Dr. Schmidt repeatedly measured carbon samples to at least 12,000 years old. No one is arguing with that. Adding to the mystery of the 12,000-year-old sophisticated construction is that Dr. Schmidt never found any evidence that people permanently resided there. So what was Göbekli Tepe's purpose? Ground-penetrating radar indicates there might be at least 250 more standing pillars formed in 18 circles, still buried under acres of deep soil. Dr. Schmidt has also discovered that all 30 acres of the pillars in circles were strangely reburied 1,000 years after this whole hill was covered. Over 30 acres, 19-foot pillars, 15 tons per pillar. Did the original Göbekli creators have foreknowledge about that coming impact from outer space? Did someone with advanced technology rapidly rebury all the pillars because Göbekli Tepe was a valuable alien machine? I wanted to see and feel Göbekli Tepe up close for myself. So I joined a tour led by Boston University geologist Robert Schoch. And on Wednesday, June 13th, 2012, as the sun rose, I was standing on the Göbekli Tepe hilltop in southern Turkey. Ramps have been built to walk around the circles of mysterious limestone pillars. The hilltop is about 1,000 feet above the valley floor. The limestone slabs were quarried, whoever quarried them, from bedrock pits located only about 350 feet from the hill. As the sun rose on the eastern horizon June 13th, I first faced the sun and then I turned 180 degrees on purpose. I wanted to see, as the sun just hit, was anything lighting up down below. And it's difficult for me to see, but I think it's over in here someplace. It's marked C, Göbekli Tepe, section C. There's a pink arrow. And this is a large pillar that looks like it is cemented in modern cement to a rectangular base like an altar. And with the sun shining on my back, that pillar animal was facing me on an east-west axis. On that altar pillar is a long-bodied animal that does not quite match any known earth animal today. And then another one of the pillars that was lighting up was in section D, which I think is down here. It's very difficult. I can't see, but the pillar there is set inside a groove on a rectangular base. And this is the pillar that has the two long arms coming around, clasping these fingers in the front. And it has this odd belt that perhaps, and an animal that is maybe a fox. Some people have argued about that. The arms end in 5 fingers outside that clasp the pillar, and below the hands in this belt, these band of symbols have been analyzed by linguists, and they do not recognize this. This is still unidentified. They're symbols, but not known what they add up to. And keep in mind the 5 fingers on the outside of this column. I'm going to come to something else very interesting in a minute. Hanging from this odd belt with the strange symbols is what most people accept as being some kind of a fox, maybe loincloth, and it definitely ends with 5 toes. Along the base, in this very beautiful and dramatic photograph taken by Smithsonian Magazine, it shows 5 very strange bird-like creatures. And the June 2012 issue of Turkey's Actual Archaeology reported about the belt symbols and the animal skin, quote, "On the belt, a loincloth depicted in relief cut out of the stone is hanging down, covering the genital region. Due to the existence not only of arms and human hands, but also of belts and loincloths on the central pillars of enclosure D, it can be clearly stated that the T-shaped pillars have an anthropomorphic identity. But who are they? As their faces are never depicted, they seem very likely to be related to supernatural beings, beings gathered at Göbekli Tepe for certain but so far unknown purposes," close quote. And whoever those supernatural beings were, they left not a single trace or tool of how the 30 acres were covered with these pillars. As I was standing there wondering about extraterrestrial beings having constructed the Göbekli Tepe pillars in circles all over that hilltop, Yale University-trained geologist Robert Schoch, PhD, joined me. And as he was standing next to me, he said, quote, "You know, Linda, there is something about the shape of these limestone pillars that makes me think of tuning forks. I wonder if this whole place was made to vibrate, to resonate with some frequency provoked by a field from technology above," close quote. And what we were both thinking were aerial craft. Strange carvings on the Göbekli Tepe pillars include a wild boar, a bird with a sphere above a scorpion, a 3-dimensional cat-like figure with a long tail that is sculpted on this pillar. This is not glued on. This whole pillar was made in one sculpted piece. No hunter-gatherers with flint arrowheads made this. Stressing the fact that the creatures, symbols, and humanoids found in the Göbekli Tepe excavation came long before later cultures in Mesopotamia, Egypt, and the Mediterranean, the layers of symbols on one of these Göbekli Tepe pillars is especially puzzling. The Göbekli Tepe bird here and the disc look very much like the later Egyptian goddess Nekhbet. This is only 2,000 years old, and Nekhbet was usually depicted with her wings spread, clutching a disc that had a tangent on this side, and that in Egyptian is known as a shen. This is a shen. It was a name derived from the Egyptian word to encircle. Now, perhaps the Göbekli Tepe bird-like figure holding a disc here is the source of the 2,000-year-old Nekhbet in Egypt. And what this meant to the Egyptians was a symbol for eternity, infinity, and protection, which is why it evolved as in cartouche to surround names of usually the royals to protect them for all time through eternity. We were shocked to learn that one of the excavated Göbekli Tepe sculptures found among the pillars was stolen from the hill only 1 week before our group arrived. There was no money for security, no fences. You could climb up on top of that and go anywhere in Göbekli Tepe in June of 2012. There has been little or no security at this excavation site, but after publicity in 2010, the thieves did begin to arrive, and Dr. Schmidt realized that he had to get the most valuable pieces more safely stored away from the hill in the UFO Museum about 6 miles away. So we went there, and inside the museum were clusters of these strange standing stone creatures. See the big tusk? I'm operating in darkness here. There's one that has a big tusk on the standing boar-like creatures. Now these surrounded this eerie, puzzling Göbekli stone totem. It stands 6 foot 4 inches tall, and what appears to be snakes on either side of the tall humanoid figure as you come in. And I took these photos. It's something I've always done. I take photos as I move, finding things for the first time, because often your eye and mind, those are the best photos to take. So this is the first photo that I'm taking from the side, and then I walked around in front. And you're standing directly in front of the totem. The snakes turn into the knees of a bizarre creature giving birth to what appears to be a human-looking baby. You have the side of the predator's head here that I think was completely, and nobody knows why, there was an erasure of this face. There were many humanoid figures that Dr. Schmidt has found that are definitely humanoid, and the faces have been completely obliterated. This comes down to another body here that comes down to knees. So there's 3 bodies, and this is the body with the pubic area that is giving birth to what looks like a human child. Okay, yes, sorry. Turkey's June 2012 issue of Actual Archaeology reports, quote, "One of the biggest surprises at Göbekli Tepe was a large 6 foot 4 inch sculpture reminiscent of the totem poles of North American natives, which was discovered in 2009 and excavated in 2010. The sculpture had been set into the northeastern wall of a rectangular room, and the totem was not visible originally due to the wall completely covering this. It was obscured even in the dig. The uppermost head depicts a predator," close quote, Actual Archaeology. But what kind of predator was on top of this totem that depicts human childbirth? Here is another strange head of a sophisticated 12,000-year-old statue called UFO Man. He is hairless, and what must have been a huge nose is broken off the face. But it is those protruding black crystal obsidian eyes that grab you and you cannot turn away. And then you realize he never had a mouth. The chin was molded with a depression as if sealing the UFO Man in silence or telepathic thoughts forever. And then your eyes drop down to the neck and the chest, where there is a double V neck on what appears to be a leotard uniform like the TV series Star Trek. But this is, UFO Man is 12,000 years old, being buried on this hill in Turkey. Why is it wearing a double V-neck and a leotard? And is that where Gene Roddenberry got the idea from extraterrestrial photos the government had? The UFO Man's hands are holding his erect phallus with the testicles hanging down below the hands. And usually I can see, I think it's right in there. Are their thumbs behind the erect penis? Several people asked that standing there. Are these then, if that were true, six-fingered hands? And would the fingers clasping the pillar at Göbekli Tepe on the hill be six-fingered hands? Strangely, legs are not depicted. Instead, there is only this stump that was pushed into the soil so that the Urfa man would be standing silent with its black crystal eyes and no mouth among the tall pillars. Who was making Urfa man and the bizarre stone totem 12,000 years ago? Who or what beyond humans has inspired construction of stone circles and pillars, pyramids and ziggurats for millennia? Who watches Earth? Who manipulates genes in evolving life forms? Who monitors the evolutions? And then who harvests the genetic material? Who or what leaves humans dumbfounded by displays of glowing lights and silent aerial craft in the skies? What if the builders of Göbekli Tepe, Atlantis, the Sphinx, Stonehenge, Egypt, Mesopotamia, Greece, the Incas, and Mayans were all from non-human civilizations? What if those advanced intelligences have been interacting with Earth for millions of years the way we seed and harvest crops? That non-human terraforming and genetic harvest of Earth life continues today, and I first reported evidence of that 30-some years ago in May of 1980 when my TV documentary, A Strange Harvest, was first broadcast on the CBS station in Denver, Colorado. I was director of special projects there, and the subject was my investigation of animal mutilations in Colorado and North America. Ranchers, sheriffs, and deputies had told me, usually only off the record, that the mutilations were caused by, quote, creatures from outer space, close quote. One horse farmer saw a silver disc in his pasture when he had a series of colt mutilations on his Missouri farm in 1975. The disc in this pasture was left behind, it did leave behind a circle of dead grass and ceramic hard soil that remained for 2 years afterwards. I was at this farm. I saw this for myself. The horse farmer also saw this small glowing being in his truck headlights when he was driving home one night during the horse mutilations. Law enforcement told me that when fiery red-orange spheres of light showed up, animal mutilations followed. Some ranchers have even described seeing beams of light either raise an animal into a glowing craft or lower an animal to the ground, dead and mutilated. And why have you not seen that on the 6 o'clock news? Because there's two things. One, the government wants to make sure that no one takes this seriously, so they always front-load current media with stories about satanic cults and predators and disease. And the other is, having talked with many, many eyewitnesses, that humans are more afraid of other humans and ridicule in this subject especially than they are of ETs. And so the people who really, really could tell us, if they could be on Anderson Cooper's 360, they won't do it. The horse farmer and others that I've talked to say when you are looking at an oval that is so perfectly cut through the hide of an animal and there's no blood and there are no tracks around the animal, it says, one sheriff said to me, we started looking to the sky because how can you put a 2,000-pound bull down on complete dusty skin powder-like surface and not have any tracks, not even the animal's own tracks. So it had to have been laid down there. And what instrument made the bloodless, serrated edges here that are at Great Falls, Montana? This goes back to 1975. This is Portland, Oregon, 1990. This one, Oregon State University, a pathologist examined this and reported that this had been cut with high heat. But no carbon residue. We're carbon-based life forms. You cannot apply lasers to any carbon-based life form in any surgery without being able to see black carbon dots under a microscope. Nothing in this, but it had to have been exposed to heat because collagen and that area of the tissue had been cooked. And it began to dawn on me that the worldwide perpetrators of animal mutilations for at least a century could be unmanned drones, transporting self-activating machines that can surgically collect tissues without blood, like this perfect half udder. This was excised from a pregnant cow in Colorado Springs between noon and 5 p.m. on September 9th, 1982. The owners were outside the entire day, only 1/4 of a mile away from this pasture that had 30 pregnant cows. They never heard anything. They never saw anything unusual until they found one of their cows dead and mutilated.
Did they take the fetus?
No necropsy. The concept of self-activating machines programmed by very advanced non-human intelligences to neutralize gravity, render invisibility, and project holograms came into sharper focus by May 2007. That's when a series of photographs of dragonfly-shaped, highly strange aerial craft began to emerge, beginning with this one taken on May 5th, 2007 in Lake Tahoe, California, by anonymous email to MUFON. And then the images were sent to Earth Files and the Coast to Coast AM websites. And the next day, on May 6, 2007, this series of photos were taken by a man who called himself Chad. He said his location was in the Bakersfield region east of San Luis Obispo. He got close enough, he could hear a tiny, strange electrostatic hum that drew him, and he just kept walking. I communicated with him about it, and he got below it and took this, the closest photo we have. And you will notice that on this tail are symbols. 10 days later, on May 16th, 2007, a man calling himself Rajman 1977 said that he was with his family having lunch in Capitola, northwest of San Luis Obispo, when he saw this in the sky, and he took a series of photographs. And even though it may be hard to see, on this tail, there are also symbols. And then I received more photographs by hard mail, 12 glossy print photos from a Ty Brannigan, who said that he took these prints from his bicycle on June 5th, 2007, the same day of two of the other photographs, in the Big Basin Redwood State Park near Saratoga. Ty sent these photos with a 2-page letter that included descriptions of twice seeing this aerial object suddenly appear, rotating slowly clockwise and then counterclockwise randomly. And Ty got the 12 shots before the strange machine flickered out into invisibility. The bicyclers saw this craft flicker in and out 4 times. They never were able to get their cameras out fast enough on the first 3. It was the 4th time it stuck around long enough for him to get these photos. The Dragonfly drone photographs were attacked almost immediately by mostly anonymous sources on the web as CGI and Photoshop productions for an upcoming electronic game and/or movie that proved to be untrue, and supports the perception that modern counterintelligence now uses that phony CGI Photoshop cover-up in this digital age as they used weather balloons and swamp gas 60 years ago. And in fact, Steve Winan, who he does for a living, he works in Photoshop, he asked me if I would send him all of the images that I've just showed you, and he went through all of them and others. And because it is his work, he sent me a 14-page analysis about the color fringing in these photographs that he said were evidence that these are photographs, this was not CGI. Color fringing occurs. See the purple back in here, and see the front is green. This occurs because lenses have different refractive indexes for different wavelengths of light. And what's happening is that the lens is failing to focus all colors at the same convergence point. That happens when you're photographing real objects with real cameras in the real world. Steve Winans concluded, quote, "Here's color fringing on the Dragonfly drone." That is present in almost all of the images of the Dragonfly drones that people have submitted to earthfiles.com, including the 12 prints from Ty Brannigan in Big Basin, is a strong indication that these images were produced by a camera and not computer software. The simplest explanation is that these images are of an actual but unknown object in the sky, close quote. I and others were very intrigued by these boxes. You could see two here. And when you come in, this is as close and clear as I could get. Concentrate on the patterns of what you are looking at here. Here is the Chad photograph with these symbols on the tail. Here is a close-up of the tail. And here is what a truck driver in Pennsylvania, he flipped it around and sent me an email saying that he was studying on Earth Files these Chad photographs, and that when he turned it around 180 degrees just to see if he could make out these symbols more clearly, he decided that in the middle section of the segmented tail that he could make out plus X space YX7 plus. He Googled that and came up with this. And PDS stands for Planetary Data System, and you come down here, look at here, and you've got starbase jpl.nasa.gov. Right, that was my reaction. So I Googled it myself on my own computer that night, and when I Googled, I got further to Deep Space Program Science Experiment, spacecraft name Clementine 1, producer institution name Naval Research Laboratory. And then if you Google Deep Space Program Science Experiment, there is information about the Clementine 1 lunar mapping mission operated by the Naval Research Laboratory that launched on January 25th, 1994 from Vandenberg Air Force Base, California, as a joint ballistic missile defense organization and NASA lunar photographing effort. And for those of you who can remember when Reagan became president, Edward Teller was down in the trenches working on Star Wars. That's what made the public media, and that was for the Ballistic Missile Defense Organization. Clementine photographed the front, back, and poles of the moon, showing the smoother backside. But not many backside surface close-ups have showed up in public. In fact, I would like to know, has anybody in here since 1994 seen anywhere a series, a book, anything of the backside of our moon? Well, there are no Clementine photos of high quality out there, and I think that David Wilcox yesterday suggested that he has information. It's because they know that there were extraterrestrial technologies back there, but I think we now have structures on the backside of the moon, and they don't want anybody to know. Well, it goes back to Jeff Wilson. His dad, Don Wilson, did books in the 60s to the 70s about objects on the front side of the moon.
He did say in his book that the backside of the moon looked like New Hampshire.
Yeah, that there might be. But Clementine, just so the audience will understand, this Clementine mission is the only formal, approved mission for the United States of photographing every inch of the back side of the moon, and it was allegedly done with taxpayer dollars, and none of us have seen those photos.
Are you familiar with that Jose Escamilla's work?
A little, but but let's not get into that now. Let me keep going. Now, remember that this research started from studying the symbols on the dragonfly drone tails. And when I Googled starbase.jpl.nasa.gov, I was taken to a long index of Clementine files. And there I followed another URL that went to lunar images. I saw them with my own eyes, but they were the front of the moon. Is there a connection between the Dragonfly drones and the 1994 Clementine 1 or other lunar missions? The Dragonfly drone mystery deepened with an email on June 26, 2007 from a man describing himself as a scientist and a computer software expert who had worked from 1984 to 1987 for a Defense Department-funded laboratory in Palo Alto, California. Quote, I'm using the alias Isaac and used to work in what was called the CARROT program in the 1980s. During my time there, I worked with a lot of the technology that is clearly at work in the recent drone strange craft sightings, most notably the language and diagrams seen on the underside of each craft, close quote. Isaac explained that he had spent years writing code and designing both analog and digital circuits, a process that at least visually resembled the mysterious and complex CARROT diagrams that he was asked to study and reproduce. And with his letter, Isaac released several pages from the CARROT Lab document about extraterrestrial technologies that include photos and these intricate diagrams that are defined as self-activating software, and that these are for extraterrestrial machines to operate anti-gravity, invisibility generators, and holographic projectors for camouflage. Quote, I'm very familiar with the language on the undersides of the Dragonfly drones seen clearly in photos by Chad and Rajman, and in another form in the Big Basin photos. One question that I can answer for sure is why they are suddenly here. These craft have probably existed in their current form for decades, and I can say for sure that the technology behind them has existed for decades before that. I think he was being shy to say millions of years. The language, in fact, was the subject of my work in years past. The reason that they're suddenly visible, however, is another matter entirely. These craft, assuming that they're anything like the hardware I worked with in the 1980s, and assuming that they're better, they are equipped with technology that enables invisibility. And that invisibility can be controlled both on board the craft and remotely. However, what is important in this case is that this invisibility can also be disrupted by other technology. Think of it like radar jamming. I'm especially sure of this in the case of the Big Basin sightings because of the way witnesses described one of the appearances being only a momentary flicker, which is consistent with the unintentional intermittent triggering of such a jamming device, close quote, implying that our government was learning how to jam a frequency that would reveal what extraterrestrials have in the skies above us. Now here I've taken one of the black and white software and I've showing you the Chad tail symbols. And I used tracing paper trying to see if I could find an exact match. And as I used the tracing paper, I became aware that what I thought was one symbol here that might match here, the tiniest change in an angle, a line, the tiniest shortening or lengthening. The details here are incredible, and these are the only direct matches I could find using tracing paper. Here is another example of the self-activating extraterrestrial software that Isaac refers to as language. Here is another. And here is what CARROT stands for. Commercial Applications Research for Extraterrestrial Technology. Not beating around the bush here. Q486 Research Report, December 1986, Palo Alto, California, a blacked out line, and PACL staff. There is a symbol of a circle with the upper part of a triangle with PACL inside, and that stands for Palo Alto Carrot Laboratory, and the bottom address is blacked out. And I have received two confidential communications from people who are scientists today in California, and they said, no matter how many people are trying to attack this carrot release, we want you to know that we have firsthand knowledge of this carrot PACL lab. And as I understand it, it was in an old abandoned library that had been reconstituted into 2 floors, just to show you when you look at the world around you, even what our government does. So from the street in Palo Alto, you would never ever see carrot. You would never ever see extraterrestrials written on anything. You would see an old, dilapidated library. But underground was a gigantic lab, armed with Defense Department military. The first paragraph of the carrot document begins as an overview. This is a complex document, so I am going to read only a few highlighted excerpts, beginning with the first paragraph that says, quote, "The goal of this research has been achieving a greater understanding of extraterrestrial technology within the context of commercial applications and civilian use. The process of converting raw artifacts of extraterrestrial origin to usable, fully documented human technology is termed extraction," close quote. And there was no confusion for Isaac and other scientists that their science mission was to back engineer ET technologies. They were surrounded all the time by armed military security. About the ever-present military monitoring, Isaac wrote, quote, "What was especially amusing about the whole affair was the way that our military management almost tried to act as if the technology we were essentially reverse engineering was not extraterrestrial. Aside from the word extraterrestrial itself, we rarely heard any other terms like alien or UFO or outer space or anything. Those aspects were only mentioned briefly when absolutely necessary to explain something. In many cases, it was necessary to differentiate between the different extraterrestrial races and their respective technologies, and our military handlers didn't even use the word races. The extraterrestrials were referred to simply as different sources," close quote, plural. In the carrot document, it says Q486, this particular summary, focused on 4 key subjects, all of which were based on artifacts of extraterrestrial origin obtained from crash site recovery operations conducted during the last 2 decades, which would be from 1986, the date of this document, going backwards 20 years to 66. How many of you have heard of American crash retrievals of bodies and technologies between 1966 and 1986? Personal anti-gravity generator was so named for its small portable size. 3-dimensional image recorder projector, that's what the ETs use to camouflage everything that they are doing. A complex system of symbols and geometric constructs capable of both defining the functionality of certain artifacts as well as manipulating their behavior, crudely analogous to a computer programming language, but without the need for a compilation or interpretation phase. The next paragraph is blacked out, and then it says, "Anti-gravity technologies are among the most ubiquitous recovered from extraterrestrial craft. While anti-gravity is most commonly associated with propulsion, the principles underlying the technology extend into a far broader domain. Indeed, Virtually all aspects of most extraterrestrial craft seem to incorporate its use in some ways, close quote. And I myself cannot help but think that anti-gravity technology that is being described here might explain how Göbekli Tepe was made, how the Cheops was made, how the pyramids around the world, Sacsayhuaman, all of it would be made because of these very focused anti-gravity machines that can operate with self-activating software, but can be picked up by you or me and aimed at a 100-ton stone and move it. Perhaps most startling is the fact that the very components within a given extraterrestrial craft appear to be held in place in relation to one another exclusively by anti-gravitational means. This is a partial explanation for the commonly noted lack of rivets and adhesives in the construction of these craft, close quote. Here is a photograph of the anti-gravity at work. The cylindrical ET machine is generating a field that suspends the I-beams in the air. This is over a light box, so you don't have much dimension, but these are in the air. This is turned on the lab bench. And this is occurring because what is on this machine? These symbols. And what is on these I-beams? These symbols. And it is the self-activating software in a field. It doesn't need any operator. This now knows what to do on its own. And I made a few, these are the only matches that I could find in this particular software, but it's showing that there are identical symbols on here that are on these self-activating software sheets. This ET diagram of self-activating software leaked by Isaac is based on a language of numbers in a matrix, a very complex matrix that is represented by these diagrams. And that same type of circles and spiraling lines appeared. This is a barley formation at Windmill Hill near Avebury, Truslow, England on May 25th, 2009. And then there is this extraordinary 300-foot diameter pattern discovered in a barley field at Barbary Castle in Wiltshire on June 1st, 2008. There had been rain the day before and all night. The ground was so muddy that Charles Mallet, a friend of mine who went there as soon as the sun came up and they heard that there was this barley pattern, and he said just trying to get through the field to this pattern, he had mud up above his knees on his jeans and his boots, and he said, quote, "It was perfectly clean. No mud, no one had walked on that fragile young barley," close quote. Retired astrophysicist Mike Reed from the University of Arizona was studying this crop formation in an aerial photo that I had at Earth Files when he realized with shock that he was looking at the mathematical graphic for pi out to 9 decimal places. Now, pi is a Greek symbol for the ratio of any circle's circumference to its diameter in Euclidean geometry, which is equal to 3.14 and beyond infinitely, because pi is an irrational number in which the decimal expansion never ends and never repeats. Mike Reed told me the thing that struck me, and what I'd like to do, because I can't see, is, can you hear me if I just overimposed the grid that is on there, divided. Oh, okay. He was, oh, I hadn't even thought. That's right, we're being videotaped. That's all right. That's all right. Once you have established right here from that dot, because he was assuming from his work of the telescope, here's this shortest angle. And then when he had and could put on the lines that are dividing the pattern, he took that and went backwards to where this began. And there were 3 that came down to the dot. There was a 90-degree ratchet, then 1, a 90-degree ratchet. And if you are seeing the numbers up here, I can't see them, but it is showing 3.1, and then 4. And you can follow it around with your eyes and see those ratchet points, those 90-degree angles that now divide this on a horizontal surface in barley. You have pi specifically and precisely defined as 3.141592654. And yeah, Mike said to me in all of the years that he had made telescopes, and he worked at the University of Arizona, and he worked for a lot of very fine institutions, that it never had ever occurred to him that on a horizontal plane, using 90-degree angles and arcs, that you could make very fine numbers, especially in something like a barley field. But where have we seen this exact thing today? Look, this is the extraterrestrial software. Here is the same concept that is over here. Could crop formations around the world since at least the 1970s, where they were first photographed and reported in Warminster, England, could they have been functioning as self-activating software, placed each year in some chronological geographical relationship like the carrot diagrams, but in order to do what? Isaac wrote about these self-activating ET diagrams, quote, "Their ET technology is different. It really did operate like the magical piece of paper on a table. They had something, meaning if a piece of paper had this self-activating software, all you'd have to do is look at the paper or apply the field, and the paper would know how to move, where to go, who to, could write, could get comments, could come back. The paper would take on a life of its own in work. They had something akin to a language that could quite literally execute itself, at least in the presence of a very specific type of field. The language is a system of symbols along with geometric forms and patterns that fit together to form diagrams that are themselves functional. Once they are drawn on a suitable surface made of suitable material and in the presence of a certain type of field, they immediately begin performing the desired tasks. It really did seem like magic to us. I worked with these symbols more than anything during my time at the Palo Alto Carrot Lab, and I recognized them the moment I saw them in the Dragonfly drone photos. Word was that the extraterrestrials could design these diagrams as quickly and easily as a human programmer could write a Fortran program. It is humbling to think that even a network of supercomputers was not able to duplicate what ETs could do in their own heads. Even this July 17, 1991, we're going back, wheat pattern also at Barbary Castle. This is 17 years before the Pi formation at Barbary Castle, and in both were these same ratcheted designs. None of us understood this. Gerald Hawkins puzzled over this pattern as he did others. And this is exactly what is in the self-activating extraterrestrial software. Dr. Hawkins and I talked about a 1992 experience that I had in Wiltshire County when I was over in crops. And I met a man who told me that he had firsthand information that the American Central Intelligence Agency was trying to photograph from satellites every crop formation in chronological sequence so computers could look for mathematical patterns that might be decoded. And then the man startled me by explaining that the CIA's theory about crop formations was that we are dealing with time travelers, and that the crop formations were providing something like a complex monitoring technology to gauge the effectiveness of the time travelers' efforts. But why, he had no answer. Alien symbols and time travel also emerged in December 1980 at the RAF Bentwaters Woodbridge Air Force Base in Suffolk County, England. Strangely moving aerial lights, beams, and at least one craft interacted with several military personnel over a 72-hour period from midnight December 26th until sunup December 28th, 1980. At the time, the joint UK and US RAF Bentwaters Woodbridge was NATO's largest air base in Europe, and there were highly classified nuclear weapons in some of the weapons storage areas, and now we know they were on both the RAF Bentwaters and Woodbridge side. It was full of nuclear missiles. After midnight on December 26th, Staff Sergeant James Peniston in Charlie Flight Security was called to the Woodbridge East Gate. There he met with men who were reporting strange, colorful lights in the Rendlesham Forest that ran along the Woodbridge airfield. Sergeant Peniston learned from Central Security Control that unidentified aerial objects had been tracked on radar going into Rendlesham Forest. So he decided that he had to go into the civilian side of the forest to find out what was happening. 2 young airmen went with him, John Burroughs and Ed Kovansak. As the men followed the lights eastward, their radios filled with static, and they lost contact with Central Security Control for about 45 minutes. During that time, none of the 3 men remember the same details. John Burroughs and Jim Peniston, though, both remember running after lights that were moving so rapidly through the dense tree growth that they both commented, "How can this be happening? Why are the lights not crashing into the trees?" Jim Peniston says that he watched a bright white light transform into a solid black, glassy surface craft on the forest ground. Peniston says that he touched raised symbols that felt to him like Braille at the front of the triangle, and his mind filled with binary code of zeros and ones. Plus, he had a download of telepathic information about the source of the solid black craft and why it was there. Peniston told me that he did not talk to anyone about reaching out to touch the symbols and receiving a stream of zeros and ones in his mind. He never even told John Burroughs. But apparently AFOSI, or NSA intelligence agents, which took over the Bentwaters investigation within 24 hours, most people don't know that, NSA took it over. They knew that Sergeant Peniston was not telling the whole truth when he was ordered to do a drug-induced hypnosis. He always said to me, "How the hell did they know?" Wanting to know what happened to him during that drug-induced hypnosis conducted by UK and US intelligence was the main reason that 14 years after that incident, Jim Peniston contacted doctor and hypnotherapist Sharon Grossman to see if he could find out more. Jim worried that the military's drug-induced hypnosis might have been done to deliberately erase or manipulate part of his memory. In these excerpts from his September 10, 1994 hypnosis session with Dr. Grossman, Jim tells the American and British intelligence agents about touching the raised symbols on the craft and getting binary transmission and other information into his mind. And the mission is contact. Do they say contact with what? Us. Purpose, research. For? To help them. To help them with what? Themselves. They are time travelers. They are us. You touch the symbols and you set off a program? Yes, the craft was repairing itself. All they wanted was a place to stay while it repaired itself. And by touching the symbols, you disrupted the repair program. I activated a binary code. The two government men want to know why. They ask me if I have ever had any other encounters with the lights and time travelers before. I haven't. Are they using us something like breeding stock? No, like Band-Aids. Do they ever take fetuses? If it is task, they do. There are different ships for tasking. The government agents know about this. That's why they want to contain the situation. They see you as requiring damage control. Yes, they see me and John Burroughs, and they're worried about Colonel Halt. They know all about us. They're going to give me a warning. They tell me that I will hurt the world. It will breach national security and can destroy the system, cause wars, chaos in the streets. That's why it's important to keep it quiet. But it doesn't make any difference if I talk about the story because it's too unbelievable, close quote. Taking chromosomes to use as Band-Aids in a far distant future where something is terribly wrong and another civilization is fighting to survive. Are they coming back here because we are them, as Jim Peniston says? Are they coming back to the 20th and the 21st centuries because this was the last time on Earth that DNA was healthy enough to be worth harvesting? Is all the genetic material that has been harvested from Earth, animals, and humans for at least a century providing those Band-Aids? Would humanity today change its self-destructive ways if it knew for a fact that our current DNA was being harvested by self-activating machines in the UFO phenomena to be used to keep a distant version of humanity alive in a future timeline, or another dimension, or even another universe where DNA no longer replicates? I think it is likely that Göbekli Tepe was built by intelligent beings from somewhere else in the cosmos that have lived on Earth, where long ago they constructed pillars and pyramids, stone circles and ziggurats as machinery for energy and communication. And that Homo sapien is also another ET construction from genetic manipulation of already evolving primates. How ironic as SETI listens to radio signals in space for evidence of other life in the universe, that archaeologists are digging into the Earth and finding structures that could be the residue of ancient terraforming by alien minds. Of two suns rather than one, like our solar system. The caretaker. The distance from Earth to Serpo is about 40 light years. They can travel that in about 9 of our months. Now, again, I do not trust this briefing for Ronald Reagan for being accurate. I know that I have talked with somebody in aerospace who had some need to know and had some exposure to extraterrestrial technology and was given the challenge that our government knew that we were dealing with extraterrestrials that could go 40 light years in 9 hours. So 9 months is in here. Maybe that was put in there to be more acceptable to Reagan, or there was a political reason that they didn't want him to say. If they said 9 hours, he said, well, let's get them here now so I can meet them. You don't know why some of these numbers are the way they are.
Is it possible that they thought that was true then?
Yes, it is distinctly possible. But what this shows is that over the last 35 years, my exposure to people with different numbers, different names, different timelines, it gets to a point where to get to the truth, you are wading through a willow grove numbers and dates and timelines help obscure things, and that's part, I think, even in this briefing. And the caretaker says, I am no scientist, talking to Reagan, but as I mentioned earlier, they can travel that great distance by means of space tunnels. So now they're introducing the idea of space tunnels to Ronald Reagan. They seem to be able to bend the distance from one point in space to another, and just how they do this must be explained scientifically, and this underscores what I just said. Space tunnels are moving point to point. It is theoretically, it falls out of all of the work that is being done having to do with quantum physics. If you can move point to point, it has even been said that you could be 100 billion light years. You would have this point that has some sort of a resonant point that you know how to make with Earth. And you don't even have to take 9 hours. You step from here through something and you come out here. That's why that 9 months, I think, is very questionable, and how interesting that it is juxtaposed right next to the sentence about space tunnels. Mr. President Ronald Reagan, the question, are they all friendly? Advisor number one, Mr. President, that is a very difficult question to answer. There are many parameters that we follow to evaluate the threat. However, we have little intelligence on 4 of the 5, meaning 4 of 5 species. We have plenty of intel on the Ebens. They've given us everything we asked for. They have also helped us to understand the other 4 species. I'm afraid to say, Mr. President, and please don't misunderstand my words, but we think, and it's all caps in the transcript, one of the species is very hostile. William Casey, Director of the CIA. Mr. President, we have intelligence that would indicate this one species of aliens have abducted people from Earth. They have performed scientific and medical tests on these humans. To the best of our knowledge, no humans have been killed, but as advisor number 1 stated, the intelligence is from witnesses, and we haven't thoroughly evaluated this intelligence. We have captured one of those hostile aliens. This gets into some very, very sensitive areas, Mr. President. I strongly suggest we end this discussion and move on to any further questions you might have, and then get back to this. I don't think we are prepared to provide you with accurate answers to your questions about the potentially hostile aliens at this time, March 6 to 8, 1981. I find this paragraph sums up a kind of arrogance that has infiltrated the intel world that now runs the United States. And in 1981, if I were President of the United States and the director of the CIA was standing in front of me and giving me this briefing with these others and said these words about one of the species is very hostile, I would have thought that the President of the United States would be able to say, stop, I want to see every photo, I want to know everything, bring every document right now, without having 3 layers of handlers say, this is very sensitive, Mr. President, we're not prepared to answer you now, and that a President of the United States would, oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Reagan, President Reagan, okay, but expect this to be given to me as soon as possible. I want to know everything about these hostile creatures. That's exactly the appropriate, but he's letting them control what is being fed to him. I want to know everything about these hostile creatures, so, I mean, we should start forming policies on how to deal with them. Advisor number 1, do we have operational war plans on this? Advisor number 1, yes, Mr. President, we have war plans on all potential threats to our country. Again, that is an extraordinary statement to a president that doesn't get followed up. Now, William Casey, director of the CIA. Okay, give the president the names, caretaker. The caretaker. Okay, thank you, Mr. President. The 5 species are called ebens, archeloids, quadloids, heptaloids, and trontoloids. These names were given to the alien species by the intelligence community, specifically MJ5. The ebens are friendly, the trontoloids are the dangerous ones. Now, a reality check on that sentence. While I was working on the HBO project, I received like a birthday card, came like a birthday card. And in it was a sentence, Linda, you need to know that the ebens lie. Now, this is very, very important. It's very complex. Think of the 16-level chess game. What I have learned since I received that birthday card with that sentence to me, the ebens have been friendly. The ebens lie. To a human, psychologically between humans, there are names for a person who is friendly and lies. And I want you to hold that in your head as we go forward. This is very, very important. The ebens, here, oh, that should be off of me. It should be on the, we need the paper. Yeah, please stay on the slides. This sentence, I know that this doesn't do any good on here, but right here. The ebens are friendly. The trontoloids are the dangerous ones. This is to the President of the United States in 1981. I started working on the HBO project March 21st with the contract in New York in 1983, 2 years later. I am exposed to a briefing paper for the President of the United States also, which I have gone in bits and pieces here and in great depth in my first book, An Alien Harvest. And what you need to understand is that within that period of time from 83 to 84, this is after this briefing, I received this birthday card that's from somebody anonymous, Linda, the ebens lie. So what I'm trying to help you, because this is such difficult material, you're hitting it cold with me. I've been living with it for 35 years. I'm just saying that what I'm trying to do is bring your focus down, that this is a sentence for the President of the United States in March of 1981. The ebens are friendly. And in the 83-84 time period, I receive a birthday card while I'm working on that HBO project that says, the ebens lie. Now you have to start being able to take those two sentences and put them in together. And also, you need to start adding the idea that the ebens are the extraterrestrials that manipulated DNA in already evolving primates to create Homo sapien. So if our makers, the ebens, are at war with the blondes and have been for millions of years, and the alligators come into this as a third component, and the ebens and the blondes can make containers of their enemy, inhabit and control, the United States government under FDR and Truman may have met the Ebens, they would have no idea about what was coming. They would have no idea, if they signed a treaty, that they were signing a treaty to allow Ebens to mutilate animals for sustenance and to abduct humans for genetic material that the Ebens said was for medical purposes, and that they would check in with the US government and give them the names of the humans that they were abducting as a medical scientific program, and the United States authorities would be happy because they would be able to show in Congress that they had a treaty and that the ETs were checking in with the all-powerful US government, until they began realizing in the early 1960s, from Betty and Barney Hill on, that people were being abducted all over the world and nobody was checking in with anybody. Just keep trying to hold contradictions, schizophrenic as they are, and you will begin to start thinking in the land that is the reality of 2014, and why this is I personally think this is a dangerous transition time. We call the hostile aliens simply that, HAV, meaning hostile alien visitors. MJ12, I must do a reality check. Is there anybody here who does not know what Majestic 12 is? Okay, I'll just do this really fast. Truman, communicating with Eisenhower and Churchill around 1944, they had a discussion based on what the discs were doing at the German-English border, running rings about flying jets. They made a decision that the world was not to know because they didn't think that humanity could sustain the shock. So a policy of denial was set in, but Truman needed help because it wasn't just 3 wedge-shaped craft in 47. They were dealing with all kinds of crafts and beings, and they knew it. It was Truman who reached out to his closest business people, scientists, and military people, and it's a list of 12. For those of you who would like a lot of detail on this and Majestic 12, my first book, An Alien Harvest, that came out in 1989, and I'm really happy to say that I've got a brand new second edition, updated, more images, more everything, and it's going to be out in September. And for those who have asked, why aren't your books and your documentaries here? It's that each of my books weighs 4 pounds. So they're big so that you can see the documents and the images and everything clearly. But another thing to just absorb from here, if you really want to get into this in detail, I really have details in these books. So write down earthfiles.com, that's my news website. And then on the left side, there is an Earthfile shop. My books and my documentaries are always there. They've been the same prices since I started Earthfiles in 1999. They're not the jacked up things that you see on Amazon and other places. So for those of you who are here at this intensive, you might find great value in getting An Alien Harvest and Glimpses of Other Realities, volumes 1 and 2, because you won't believe it this morning when we get, I hope, to the end. But this is the top of the iceberg. My books really go deep. One more note about MJ5, that is the source of the names, and it's also very interesting. I have searched the names Ebens. I know what that stands for, but archeloids, quadloids, hepaloids, and tronoloids. And if it is absolutely old Latin or Hebrew or any other, you can't find exactly, it's not quite clear why they chose those names, but I wanted you to know that MJ5, a member of MJ12, This group, in its organization, they assigned MJ1, who was the director of the CIA, down through to 12. And it's my understanding that MJ8 is the one that they assigned to understand the agendas of the extraterrestrials. And I had one personal conversation with somebody about MJ8 and what he knew about alien agendas. I had that discussion in 1983 when I was working with HBO. It is also worth inserting at this point, and then I will try to keep going without too many other interruptions. But MJ8, I was told, said these words directly to the man that I was talking with in 1983. The Ebens told us, and this is telepathically through the captain who went with one of the Ebens to Los Alamos and lived with it because he could get the telepathic download until it died on June 18th, 1952. He said that Eben told us this: we made you, we put you here, but you have to live it, and there really is a devil, and we are as afraid of that devil as you. And I said to that man, did MJ8 or does anybody have any definitive answer about what this devil is? And he said, it's never been transmitted to me if they do. That's another one of the big boxes in the 16th level of the chess game to keep floating in the back of your head. Ronald Reagan. You mean to say these HAVs, hostile alien visitors, have been visiting us and kidnapping our people since the 1950s? William Casey, director of the CIA. Mr. President, we have some indication that they might have been doing this for some time, but we can be sure that the Ebens have never done this. It's a lie. It's a flat out lie. They are extremely peaceful and would not harm a living soul, including animals. And I'm struck with, I don't know what the true soul character of the Ebens are, and oh, I wish I did, and if I did, I would report it. I don't know what the true soul intent of the blondes are. I don't know what the true soul intent of the standing up alligators are. But I do know that people have watched even and have associated the Eben types with animal mutilations. And the best that I can go, and I said this in an Alien Harvest, if the Ebens turn out that they have some sort of a DNA problem, masters of DNA sequencing, they can make anything they want, including us. But maybe they've cloned and hybridized too much, and maybe they really are in trouble, and maybe they have to go back to planets where they used some of their genes thousands of years ago in their geoengineering, and they made all kinds of things on this planet. But now maybe the Ebens are actually in a biological, physical problem, that they have trouble, that there's something wrong with their DNA, and that they can't, everybody, the governments and the Ebens think they can't explain to roly-poly, dumbed down, blind humans. We're in trouble. We've helped you. We've done all this on your Earth. We need to have your genetic material in order to survive. But if we landed and said that, you would all freak out, and we can't have that happen. Do you see how this kind of, that box of thinking might explain why government handlers of the President of the United States would say these statements? And that I'm trying to be as comprehensive as I can, that if they need us, this should have been in this briefing to Reagan. President Reagan, my God, just knowing we have names for these things is amazing. Which one did we capture? William Casey, CIA. Mr. President, we have a tronoloid, but it is dead. We captured it in 1961 in Canada, And we had it in captivity until 1962 when it died. I've asked so many of my colleagues if they've ever heard of any kind of a retrieval in Canada in 61 like this, and nobody knows of anything. If anybody in this room is working for the government and wants to tell me off the record, please do. Advisor number 1, Mr. President, these hostile aliens are pretty sneaky. They seem to appear and disappear, which is beyond our technical understanding. They also seem to float or defy gravity. For those of you who were in my lecture on Friday, when I'm talking about the CARET document, when I'm talking about the extraterrestrial self-activating software that activates hardware that the makers do not have to be with. That hardware, whether it is a craft, whether it is a being, because the beings are androids, in many of them, they can come to this planet or any planet, know exactly everything they have to do. It doesn't matter what conditions they encounter. The self-activating software, once it is going, can do every single possibility that it was ever programmed for on its own. And that includes technology to neutralize gravity, and that where abductees have been so reluctant to say, Linda, it's embarrassing, but I'm serious. It was coming toward me, but it wasn't walking on the ground. People don't have to be embarrassed about saying that. This is technology. We're dealing with beings that over centuries, when Christ walked on the waters, through every avatar of history and the miracles, we're dealing with extraterrestrial technology that can neutralize gravity, cause invisibility, and project three-dimensional holograms as camouflage that the human mind and retina cannot tell from anything around us. The advisor to Reagan, we have actual photographs of them doing this, meaning they point something, it rises. This is how they made the pyramids. And I've had government guys say to me, it is absolutely amazing to us that the whole world buys into the idea that slaves with dragging stone made the pyramids. This is our government behind the scenes. They are amazed that you believe all of the stuff that has been, you know what I mean. And it begins to be sort of schizophrenic. We have a classic abduction incident that was recorded by military intelligence personnel. We have a classic abduction incident that was recorded by military intelligence personnel. It happened in 1979 near a military base. Where? In New Mexico. The caretaker. New Mexico is similar to the home planet of the Ebens. Ebens from desert-like planet in the binary G2 solar system, Zeta Reticuli 1 and 2. The suns are very similar to our sun. Since we do not know which planet the Trondoloids come from, ... the caretaker to President Reagan, advisor number 4 interrupts. I think we do. So right in the room, in front of the president, if I were sitting there, I would say to advisor 4, well, look, caretaker, you can stop giving me a briefing. I want to know all of it. So advisor number 4, tell me everything. So advisor number 4, I think we do. I think the Ebens gave us that information. We know the star group. It is close to our solar system in astronomical terms, maybe 10.5 light years away on the third planet of Epsilon Eridani in the solar system. The Trondoloids are actually closer to us than the Ebens are. Here is Epsilon Eridani on the left. Oh, that's right, I keep one. It is, I don't think I have to make that announcement. No more cell phones. Epsilon Eridani in the left, it is an orange dwarf star in the constellation Eridanus. It is cooler and fainter. It's a K2V solar spectrum compared to our G2V sun. At 10.5 light years from Earth, Epsilon Eridani is in a multiple star system and has an estimated 82% of our sun's mass on the right, 74% of our sun's radius, but only 34% of our sun's luminosity, so it is an orange color versus our yellow sun. The Reagan briefing indicates that this third planet in the Epsilon Eridani solar system is the home of what they are describing as hostile insects called trontoloids. Epsilon Eridani has a large ringed Jupiter-like gaseous planet called Epsilon Eridani b and a probable second rocky planet Epsilon Eridani c, and perhaps a third distant planet in one of the two asteroid belts. And that means by now in 2014, we know by visible spectral light what they did not know necessarily in 1981. They would have been taking the word of the Ebens about the trontoloids. Today, at least, we are finding that Epsilon Eridani has a solar system. Our solar system is underlined in red at the center. I wish I had a pointer that would work because it's so important for you. This right here, this is our solar system. Here is Epsilon Eridani. This is the 10.5 light years. This is the trontoloids. Tau Ceti has been described to me as being the home of a certain type of humanoid. Well, see, it doesn't, I have a pointer, but see, it disappears. Thank you for trying. And here is our closest star, Alpha Centauri. And what I want you to get an idea is right in here.
I'll hold the mic for you.
Oh, okay, thank you. That we are in a arm of the Milky Way galaxy way far at one end, but with us are something like 16 yellow suns that go back to the Betty and Barney Hill. And that when Marjorie Fish did that map, and she was finding these 16 related suns that are in the same G2 spectrum as we are, I just want you to get a picture here that there is this section, and we are right there. This is our solar system, and here is Epsilon Eridani. This is supposed to be the dangerous insects. Tau Ceti is supposed to have humanoids, and we could keep doing that. I could do a whole presentation sometime on what is supposed to be where. And what we all want is, thank you so much, dear Ellen. What we all need is proof. But now, at least you realize that in terms of astronomical terms, we have a cluster of yellow suns like our sun right around us in this little arm backwater of the Milky Way galaxy. This is a star map related to the famous 1961 Betty and Barney Hill abduction in the White Mountains of New Hampshire. This is what I was talking about. It shows the 16 stars. Here's our sun. There's Zeta Reticuli up there. It actually now, they've refined the 37 once meant in the 80s. It meant that they thought it was 37 light years. It's now estimated to be 39 light years. But you can see in astronomical terms, looking at the numbers to the right in parentheses, that's how far they are from our solar system. And you can see sun, where the arrows are showing the light year dimensions going to these suns. Historically, Betty and Barney Hill were the first documented case in what has come to be known as the human abduction syndrome. And on the left is a sketch by Helen Luttrell that we're going to get into here in great depth on the left. She drew this of a hybrid she saw with her own eyes, and I wanted to put this here at this point. This is the sketch that Betty Hill made of the guy in the craft. And I'm telling you, this is 1972 on the left, 1961 on the right. The match of the details I think are absolutely saying that what she was dealing with was a hybrid. And do you know what government guys told me back in the 80s? Oh, the Betty and Barney Hill case, those were renegades. They used the term renegades. I said, why are they renegades? Well, we don't know, but that's what our superior officers tell us. I think and we're really going to get into Helen Luttrell, that the whole notion that the first public abduction in the United States, without us knowing anything, that got publicized in TV shows and everything, it wasn't even by prime intelligence. It was by hybrids made, possibly human and Eben, or human and something else. And that's why I think right now, at this point, keep this in mind, the comparison, 61 to 72, Betty Hill and Helen Luttrell, and the actual hybrid. Now, Betty described the alien leader and a three-dimensional star map of his home planet in the Zeta Reticuli 1 and 2 binary star system that is now measured at 39.4 light years from Earth. Our sun at the top right was also shown on the alien star map and was connected by lines to Zeta Reticuli 1 and 2, apparently to indicate a one-way trade route. So what is the relationship between the Ebens and the other four extraterrestrial types named for President Reagan if the Ebens are showing that they have a one-way trade route to Earth? In an earlier Serpo.org report 23, the anonymous source from DIA said, quote, "The Ebens cloned other races of aliens. The Archeloid is a cloned biological entity called CBE, created by the Ebens, and they have big curved noses, also referred to as big nose grays by modern military personnel. The Quadloids were also cloned from two other species, the praying mantis and the lizards," close quote. Remember the 16-layer chess game? Remember the containers can be made to look like anything, but what is inside of them is key to whatever is going on. So the Ebens genetically engineered these archeloid entities by rapid cycle cloning. This is in the briefing paper, and allegedly presented two or more to the US government for observation, examination, and study. Archeloids, also known as big nose grays by military personnel, are around 5 foot 6 inches tall, gray or tan skin, mushroom-shaped head with large black slanted eyes that are yellow with vertical pupils. The nose is very large and beaked. Here is a summary of what we know so far from the alleged President Ronald Reagan briefing at Camp David, that we are dealing with 5 alien species in this briefing. The first, the Ebens, extraterrestrial biological entities, and here is an illustration of one as it has been described to me, that this is the classic Eben, allegedly from planet Serpo, a desert planet where skies are bright or dim but never dark, that orbits one of the Zeta Reticuli binary suns in a solar system 39.4 light years from Earth. And what is not understood either it's a very separated binary star system, why would a planet at Zeta Reticuli 1 and 2 never have dark? But if there is some strange physics there where it is always light, it might explain that man stressing for me that there are these lids that close this way and a lid comes down this way. And here is an archeloid. This is what the Eben, the previous one, genetically created, these big nose grays by rapid cycle cloning, as was told to President Reagan. These are, this is from the book by writer Robert Emenegger, who wrote UFOs, Past, Present, and Future, with Alan Sandler, who has worked for the CIA off and on for decades. And this book has a copyright of 1974, in which the 1974 edition is the only book ever printed with this drawing in it. All subsequent editions, it was eliminated. Now, Bob Emenegger told me to my face, because in my books, An Alien Harvest, I first tried to get this illustration to go in there about my exposure in the briefing paper to the landing at Holloman, and I was denied without any explanation. They had first said yes, and then they said that a quote-unquote attorney on the East Coast said that they could not grant me permission to put this drawing in An Alien Harvest. By 1994, when I was working on Glimpses of Other Realities, Volume 1, they finally gave me permission. And in the discussion with Robert Emenegger and Alan Sandler about this drawing in their 1974 book, this is what Emenegger told me, that he watched what you're looking at being sketched by an artist who had the original 16 millimeter film frame with light going through it, projecting on a screen from the 1964 Holloman film of the first meeting in which 3 egg-shaped craft, apparently owned and operated by Ebens, landed. 3 of ours met. They went off on Mars Avenue to a building where they had an exchange of bodies. We allegedly gave back some of the bodies we had retrieved. They gave us some more technology, and then they got back in their craft and they went away. But this is so significant. The description to me of the film that I was supposed to have for the HBO documentary was that the first 2 that came out of the landed craft, with 2 of the craft staying right above, very offensive, defensive. 2 Ebens came out first, but what came out behind and stood like a guard, we need to say, was a being like this, and that this was all filmed by 5 cameras from different angles, that they even had a camera operating from a helicopter throughout all of this. And this was some of the film that I was supposed to get for the HBO documentary. This is according to Emenegger, this is a literal sketch of the being in a 16 millimeter film. Keep this in mind as I'm going to go through on this one, and I'm going to show you another. Do you see, can you see that little, I'm going to call it a raise or a bump at the top? I've been told that it is actually higher. So this may be a literal translation of this strange projection, or it may have been bigger, and this is one area they may have made a little smaller for the book. But nevertheless, this has an odd area up here, and that is a ropey headdress. The ropey headdress, the rod with the spiral around the rod, the lines coming down from the ear, those are all in stone, in Sumerian, in the depictions of the alleged Sumerian gods. The ropey headdress, the lines extending from the ears, holding rods, and in many cases they have a spiral around the rod, and very significantly, the eyes are large and they have vertical pupils large like a cat's or a snake's. Absorb this. In stone, we have archeloids. In stone, in Samaria and Mesopotamia, we have archeloids. We have been taught and fed that these were gods and mythology, and that the roly-poly humans had a very, very difficult relationship with those Sumerian gods, according to archaeologist Budge and others who were there in the 1800s to the 1900s. They were the last who really got to go in and around the ziggurats. And what many people may not have been exposed to is the purpose of the ziggurat, as defined by the archaeologists who were writing about this for Oxford University in the end of the 1800s, that on a regular cyclic basis, one of the fairest Homo sapiens sapien females would be asked to walk the steps up the ziggurat into the little house on top, where she would then commune, have sexual intercourse with the Sumerian god. Essentially, if you boil all this down, all of the ziggurats were hybrid making machines. Human-alien hybrids living on Earth is the subject of an extraordinary non-fiction book published in 2005 entitled Rachel's Eyes by Helen Luttrell and Jean Bilodeau. Jean has been investigating animal mutilations, crop formations, and UFOs for years. Helen is the mother of a girl she calls Marissa in the book. That is not her real name. Marissa was blinded by diabetes as a teenager, but wanted to go to college on her own. At age 20, in the spring of 1972, Marissa was accepted by American River College in Sacramento. American River College is a community college founded in 1955 and located in northeastern Sacramento, California. The current 2014 enrollment is 35,000 full-time and part-time students, making it one of the largest community colleges in California. An unusual female roommate showed up with a Colonel Harry Nadine from Mathers Air Force Base. The girl was named Rachel, R-A-E-C-H-E-L, Nadine, and was introduced as the Colonel's daughter to Marissa. Neither name that is used in this book is a true name to protect the request for confidentiality, but the unusual spelling, R-A-E-C-H-E-L, with the Colonel's actual last name proved in military records, was confirmed as an enrolled student in the spring of 1972 by the American River College Dean of Enrollment Services. This enrollment confirmation letter, dated January 10, 2000, was in response to Helen Luttrell's and Jean Bilodeau's inquiry to see if Rachel Nadine, with an N, the letter is covered over in this letter at Helen's request, the first real letter, that Rachel Nadine had actually been enrolled in the college. Co-authors Luttrell and Bilodeau changed most name spellings in their book, including these false names, Rachel and Harry Nadine. The Colonel would eventually tell Helen and Marissa that he had worked since 1956 in a humanization program of ET human hybrids at a highly classified underground facility called Four Corners near Rachel, Nevada. That Rachel is spelled normally, R-A-C-H-E-L, at the northern edge of Area 51, Groom Lake, Nellis Air Force Base, Nevada. So this is not the historic Four Corners where Colorado, New Mexico, Utah, and Arizona come together. It's another example, I think. Oh, sorry. This is not the historic Four Corners where Colorado, New Mexico, Utah, and Arizona come together, but it's another example of how the government had 3 project blue books. You may not know that. One was really directed by the CIA, Fort Belvoir, that I talked about in the citizens hearing of the man that I interviewed for 3 days in 1998, who worked in that program, and it's a big, long story. Then there were 2 other Project Blue books. It's mix and match, follow the P in the shell. If you have a lot of names, and then you have an access code that will have the only people who have a need to know, they're the only ones that get to the real information. So to have a bunch of Four Corners, or even a bunch of Area 51s, or a bunch of Dreamlands, or Project Bluebirds, that's part of how counterintelligence makes sure that that which is classified above top secret, or it is a special access project, that's part of the way that they keep it away from you, Congress, and the world. That pink circle is Rachel. That is north of the Navy's Groom Lake. You can see that down where I've got a pink line under Area 51, right next to Groom Lake in the Big Nellis Air Force Range. And you can see how big it extends. The area where the aliens have always been described are in that Area 51, Groom Lake, and the Papoose Mountain Range, which is nearby. Colonel Nadine from Mather Air Force Base, Sacramento, confirmed by Helen Luttrell, who worked at the time in another Air Force office. She wanted to check up on this colonel that brought this strange girl to the college, that got assigned to be a roommate with her blind daughter, Marissa. She checked out and found that this colonel with his real name, she was using Harry Nadine in the book. It's a name that sounds like this. So we know that he was at least working through Mathers Air Force Base in Sacramento. And just so I won't forget it later, after all of what I'm going to tell you and share you, he disappeared. His entire military file disappeared. And it shows that the military is dipping in and dipping out of some of these programs, and they can have, they might be NSA, but they are operating as a colonel in an Air Force with a name, and they have a file and a record. And for those of us who need paper trails, we can find something, and then it all disappears. And then what are you left with? You can't prove. On purpose. This is a quote from Colonel Nadine to Helen Luttrell. The humanization program was a MAGI, M-A-J-I, that is the code for Majestic 12 and all magic-related extraterrestrial matters. The humanization program was a MAGI project to see how well beings from another planet could be integrated into our Earth society. It was also an interspecies hybrid breeding program on Earth and another planet. Some of us have gone there, and a whole lot of them are here. Close quote. The Merriam-Webster Dictionary defines hybrid as, quote, an offspring of 2 animals or plants of different races, breeds, varieties, species, or genera, close quote. Colonel Nadine told Helen Luttrell and her blind daughter Marissa that the humanization program tried to teach extraterrestrial human hybrids how to fit into modern human Earth society. The colonel told Helen Luttrell and her daughter Marissa that Rachel was one of the alien hybrids who came from Zeta Reticuli 1, about 39 light years from Earth, in that binary star system in which both suns are like Earth's sun. And we talked about the 16 stars before that include our sun, and that they are all spectral class G, which could support life, ours included. Our sun is at the edge of the group with 82 Eridani, Gliese 86, and Zeta Reticuli near the central region. The arrows indicate the distance in light years between suns, and the numbers in parentheses indicate distance from our sun. And getting to Zeta Reticuli, if you can bend space and time, would not be a huge challenge. Helen Luttrell says that she saw for herself the Area 51 entrance that Colonel Harry Nadine took her to. He wanted her to see where Rachel had come from Zeta Reticuli 1 and 2 to the Earth and had been raised and living in the underground installation at the Four Corners Humanization Program that was disguised on the surface as old falling down farm buildings and a barn. He said if you went down the road, you would be looking at a dilapidated farm, and you would have no idea that one of those farm buildings was the access to the most advanced, large laboratory complex on this planet. The small town of Rachel was not far away. When Colonel Nadine brought Rachel to American River College and then to Marissa's apartment, Helen worked teletypes at McClellan Air Force Base in Sacramento. Through a military colleague, she was able to confirm that Colonel Nadine had a file at Mather Air Force Base. Here now to explain how Helen Luttrell first came forward about her extraordinary experience with her daughter Marissa and the ET human hybrid Rachel is writer and investigator Jean Bilodeau from Cedarville, California, followed by Helen Luttrell, mother of Marissa and eyewitness to Rachel's eyes and face. And I do need the audio up, and I'm going to ask you guys to pretend that we are now transferred to Coast Radio.
I had done a series of stories on UFO sightings in my locality. It was run in the paper for 2 weeks running, and in the 100-year history of the newspaper, the Modoc County Record, it was the only 2 issues in the history to sell completely out. So there was a great deal of interest. Helen read the stories and called me, and she wanted to tell me about her daughter, Marissa. Helen's daughter became blind in high school from complications from diabetes. Marissa's great goal in life was to graduate from college and help people. She was a very compassionate girl. She went to the college housing counselor and applied for housing off campus, but it couldn't be very expensive. They found her a place that was quiet within walking distance of the school, but with the stipulation that she couldn't make the rent on her own. She needed a roommate. And it wasn't long, just a day or two, this colonel and his daughter, Rachel, came into the housing office and applied for housing for the daughter. Rachel had to have a special diet. And Marissa said, well, I have to have a special diet too. I'm diabetic. And they reached an agreement and became roommates. Marissa began to notice that Rachel pronounced each word very distinctly and almost in a monotone, a mechanical sounding monotone. Rachel did say she had been raised on a military base and there were no kids to play with, and so she didn't know all these things and didn't have anybody to go out on a date with. She did notice that Rachel was a bit clumsy and that the special food that Rachel ate was always delivered in containers.
Anything that would identify the source?
She did not. What she did discover, though, on good days she could see light and dark, and she could, with a strong magnifying glass, kind of make out things. She wanted to know, what is this green stuff that Rachel brings? Before Rachel would eat it, she would freeze it. And Marissa went in one day when Rachel wasn't home and took a box out and examined it very carefully. And then she found a little red triangle with 3 black horizontal lines toward the base of it. She also noticed that Rachel always wore a scarf and wraparound sunglasses. and long sleeve shirts, even inside.
In spring of 1972, Helen Luttrell, then 40 years old, left her teletype work at McClellan Air Force Base in Sacramento for her first visit to her daughter Marissa, then 20 years old and blind from diabetes since her teens. Marissa's new apartment was within walking distance of American River College. Helen had not yet met Colonel Nadine, the so-called father of the new roommate, Rachel. But Helen knew he was supposed to be based out of Mather Air Force Base, also in Sacramento. That's the day Helen discovered what was behind Rachel's sunglasses.
I had stopped by to see how Marissa was doing, and standing in the open doorway because it was hot, I said, I wish I could meet Rachel. She sounds interesting. And just at that time, I heard someone coming up the stairs to the apartment on the second floor, and Marissa said, wait a minute, I think that is her. And she sort of just rushed in past us, but I could see she was very different. She'd forgotten something that she needed for the class, so she got it, and when she came back out, I guess she tripped on a rug or something, I don't know, but she was going to fall face forward, it looked like. There was no way that she was reaching out to break her fall, and I thought that was strange because usually, even if you have things in your arms, you still reach out and you try to save yourself. She was going to fall right between us. So I reached out and grabbed her arm, and she was wearing a long-sleeved jumpsuit, and she had a bandana tied around her head, down under her chin, and she had big black sunglasses on. I grabbed her arm to save her and kind of stood her back up, but as I did that, the sleeve to the jumpsuit flipped up, and I found myself hanging on to her arm, and it did not feel at all like real skin. It was really cool, which was unusual because it was such a hot evening.
And the strange, cool, mushroom-like feeling of her skin, and that you were not feeling bone?
I didn't. You would have felt the bone that comes right down into your wrist bone. Mm-hmm. That was where I touched her. I should have felt a bone. It felt spongy. Didn't feel firm like it should have. And as I stood her up, I'm still hanging onto her arm, and I'm looking right into her eyes.
Because her glasses fell?
Yep, they slipped down. They didn't fall off, but they slipped down on her nose. And I could see huge green eyes with vertical black slits.
And the color of that green?
Was avocado green, the inside of an avocado.
Were there any whites to the eye?
None.
So you're looking at solid avocado green with a vertical black slit?
Yeah.
So this would be closest to, would it be a reptile snake?
I guess it could be. I didn't think of it as that. I thought of it as a cat's eye.
Okay, what's the difference to you between a cat's eye and a snake eye?
I'm definitely afraid of reptiles. I love cats.
Well, usually a cat's vertical pupil might be a little wider than a snake's vertical pupil.
Oh, yes. It was not a wide slit. It was fairly narrow and deep black.
Deep black in the avocado green, like near the pit of an avocado.
Yes, yes.
She would have to have something that would support the body. We know insects have an exoskeleton, whereas we and other animals have interior skeletons that prop us up.
I thought she was attractive, but a drawing I have made in my book, she is not pretty. She had kind of orangish hair, not really very thick, but it was curly a little bit. Her eyes were awfully big.
So you may have had your mind affected by something that Rachel was doing to make her appear a certain way to you even then.
It's very possible she may have projected into my mind an image of a person that was attractive.
What about photographs? Did you or Marissa ever take photographs of Rachel?
No, and we should have. I don't know why we didn't.
What happened at that second when Rachel knows that you are looking at her eyes that she has been working so hard to keep covered with those glasses?
Well, for just a moment, I was really terrified because I had never seen anything like that. Then I could see that there was fear in her eyes. She was afraid because she knew that I knew she was not who she was made out to be.
Meaning that she was not human.
Yes.
So what happens next?
Well, I stood her up, and Marissa introduced us, and Rachel said, and she spoke in a real monotone, no inflection. It was, "I am very pleased to meet you." And I said, "Well, I'm pleased to meet you too, Rachel." And then she said, "I must go."
Wow.
And she hurried on down the stairs. So then I told Marissa, "I have to go too," and we just didn't discuss that incident. There's a lot of things like that that I think about after all these years. Well, we should have stood there and talked about that.
Well, now, what was the next interaction that you had with Marissa and Rachel?
Let's see, I think the next one was when we had a meeting, because obviously she told the colonel, her father, what had happened, and so he asked to have a meeting with me and Marissa, and he would give us some information about Rachel. And so we set up this appointment for one afternoon in the apartment, and we all sat there, and he started to talk about where she came from and a little bit about his background. And then all of a sudden, I don't remember hearing him talk, but all this information was in my mind.
So verbally in the room to you and Marissa, that's as far as you remember him speaking verbally, and after that it was a telepathic download.
Right.
And this is coming from the Colonel Nadine. That day, did he say to you and to Marissa that he was in charge of humanization?
He was involved in that project at Four Corners.
Can you give some detail on how Colonel Nadine introduced to you and Marissa this humanization program, and what did he say about it?
Well, he gave the details of how she arrived there and how they had brought her up on the base. It was a project to see how well beings from another place could be integrated into our society. It was also an interspecies breeding program on another planet.
What does that mean?
Well, that would be a breeding program where they would probably take ovum from a human female and intermingle it with the beings on another planet.
Well, where did Rachel come from?
Zeta Reticuli.
Zeta Reticuli. Did the Colonel go into details about what was known about Zeta Reticuli 1 and 2?
Yes. He didn't go into the details.
But he said Zeta Reticuli was the home planet of Rachel's species?
Yes.
How did Rachel get to Earth?
She came in a ship that apparently had been making trips to Four Corners, and it brought geneticists and other scientists from Zeta Reticuli to work in conjunction with our scientists who were working underground at Four Corners.
Do you remember Colonel Nadine telling you details about why the United States government would be working with extraterrestrial biological entities from Zeta Reticuli on this planet, doing a humanization program, helping the extraterrestrials have an underground territory to raise hybrids?
He told me that the exchange scientists from Zeta Reticuli were using the underground facilities at Four Corners to help teach some of our foremost scientists and physicians about the use of artificial blood and possibilities of transplants of organs like fingers and eyes and organs that had never been transplanted before.
If Zeta Reticuli 1 and 2 scientists have the ability to extend life and make new organs and clone bodies, why would they need Earth?
I never could figure that out, except that there must have been, as you said before, some sort of a treaty where there was some exchange going on, but I don't know what the incentive would have been to us, except knowledge.
Did Colonel Nadine talk to you specifically about animal mutilations and human abductions?
That there was an agreement that humans could be abducted, but that was supposed to have been stopped by a certain time, but it never did get stopped.
Which means that the non-humans, wherever their real source is, are not telling the truth to the government.
Well, I believe that.
Did Colonel Nadine give you some explanation about why that civilization from Zeta Reticuli needed to mutilate animals and abduct humans?
He didn't. It's as if I were programmed to just accept what was told to me and don't ask any questions.
What did he tell you about his relationship with Rachel, how it started and what happened?
Well, at Four Corners, when he was first assigned there, he was on what was called the Blue Team, the crew that went out whenever there was a ship coming in, and if they were in trouble, his team would go out and try to recover any occupants that they could, or put out the fire, or whatever they could do. And this one particular one that they went out to investigate, they saw that it was going to crash. And so they stood by, and Rachel was thrown out, I believe, in a part of it when it crashed. And then he could see a little movement in it, and so he got her out. And she only had some minor burns, I believe, on her arms. And by the time he got her out, they were beginning to heal themselves up. She was going to be a survivor, so he took her back to the base medical facility, which was also underground, and there were female nurses. She could talk a little understandable language. And he just, right from the very first, when he saw her still in that burning piece of craft, he felt a bond with her.
Telepathically.
Yes, he had this bond, and he had never had it with anybody before.
So he feels compassion and emotion for this extraterrestrial biological creature that he has taken out of this crash. And the crash was near...
It was near Four Corners.
Four Corners area was set up with the underground installation specifically for extraterrestrials from Zeta Reticuli to be working on hybridization and having a base on Earth.
Right.
Did Colonel Nadine ever say anything about what the chronological age of Rachel was?
Well, they didn't know, but they had asked her if she knew how old she was. And she told them that where she came from, they didn't have a concept of age in years. It was just how you were, was what she said. But they figured she was probably around 14. They already had that one scientist, Chisky, helped in formulating something for her to eat and drink. He didn't even know.
He was in charge of food for Rachel. What would that be?
Well, I think it was the same thing that she ate exclusively when the girls lived together. I did not see it, but my daughter did, and although she was technically blind, her sight fluctuated a lot, as it does with diabetes. She saw what looked like warmed over frozen spinach. She said it was awful looking, but yet she wanted a taste of it, and Rachel wouldn't let her. She said it wouldn't be good for her. But Rachel had to eat nothing but that, and she also could drink nothing but a special liquid.
This ties into this issue of information over the years has been at least some of the extraterrestrials have a fluid in their body that is chlorophyll and not like our blood.
And that sort of goes back to when the colonel rescued her out of that burning piece of craft, because he could see that she had cuts on her arms, but as he pulled her out to safety, then he could see that those were beginning to heal, but the little blood that was on the outside was very pale. Blood has a thicker consistency to it, but this was like what you would call a serum, and it was pale pink. Not chlorophyll, but it was not blood either.
This scientist Shisky, what kind of scientist was he?
Well, he was a geneticist. He was in charge of the interspecies breeding program.
Interspecies breeding program.
Yes.
Why would the United States be participating with extraterrestrials on an interspecies breeding program?
Well, I don't really have a good answer for that except to say that I think they are continuing to do it. They've done it for years and years. And our government is never going to tell us. They're never going to admit to this.
But why are they doing it in the first place?
I think because they need to know how to fabricate some beings that can travel back and forth safely between the different planets.
What happened to Rachel and Marissa living together?
Well, they got along really well, and they were very close friends. At the very end, it was after I had discovered she wasn't from here. My daughter came home for lunch one day. Usually Rachel was there, but this one day she wasn't. And my daughter had looked in the bedroom or felt around in Rachel's bedroom, and everything was gone. My daughter was really upset. And she sat down on the bed. She looked around, and then she saw something attached to the mirror on the dresser. And she went over and took it off, and what it said was, "You have been a very good friend, Marissa, and I will miss you very much. I have left you a gift." And then my daughter realized that she had read the note, and she was legally blind, but she could read that. And she realized that the gift that Rachel had left her was the gift of sight.
Amazing.
And then she called me at work and told me what had happened. She didn't know what to do. She was really beside herself. So I said, well, I have this friend Bill in security, and he'd been a friend for quite a long time, and he owed me a couple of favors. So I thought, well, I'll call him and see if he can find out anything where the colonel is, and that'll give me a clue for Rachel. Actually, he is the one that had verified that the colonel and Rachel had really come from Four Corners in the beginning, and that I would be able to find out nothing more about it because it was really, really top secret. So I told him what had happened, that Rachel disappeared. He checked master base and see where the colonel is. And so he checked, and he called me back in just a few minutes. Those records have been pulled. There is nothing to be found on him. He's gone.
So Colonel Nadine disappeared at exactly the same time that Rachel disappeared from Marissa's apartment, but Rachel left Marissa the gift of sight.
Right, and it wasn't full sight. And it fluctuated, but it was just a lot better. It was a wonderful gift.
Now, what happened to Rachel?
Well, ultimately, I was abducted sometime after that, and I was shown some of her, what I call handlers. They were government people. They eliminated her.
How many extraterrestrial human hybrids now live on the surface of this planet, let alone underground?
I certainly don't want to think about being replaced, but I don't know, and that's part of the problem, too. Nobody knows the real answer because we're not sure that we can trust the extraterrestrials.
When she used the word eliminated, the government says terminated. It's Helen Luttrell's understanding that a decision was made that Rachel was too much of a problem and it wasn't working out, and she was killed. And the colonel, whose record disappeared from Mather Air Force Base, Jean and Helen tried for 5 or 6 years. They contacted me early on when they were working on this project. And the whole goal was if we could find this colonel, his real name, and if he would talk to us as he had talked with Marissa and Helen, this would be a huge breakthrough, and nothing has ever surfaced. And 10 years after that, approximately 1982, Marissa, who had married, was having a very, very happy life, Helen thought, and that her being able to see even better ever since Rachel had given her the gift of better sight had made her life livable. And she and her husband were at a Christmas party in 1982, and everybody was happy and laughing, and Marissa suddenly dropped dead on the floor. And no one knows why. There never was an explanation, and Helen doesn't know whether to think of it as something that's sinister or not. Now, this is the first month of my life that I have had anything that I thought I could at least share something with the public of an evolving story that has come through a researcher named Anthony Sanchez. How many people in here have read UFO Highway? Maybe 7. I'm going to share this morning with you some information from him, but I would like to recommend that he and I are talking about how we can do a lot more work on his book that appeared in 2010 and 2011. He had 2 updated editions. And you can't find this book today. He thinks, and other people think, that it was vacuumed up. And so I feel it is important, but this is really heavy duty. This goes so much further than anything I have presented to you. And I want to go this next step a little ways, and then I want to take your Q&A. But I want you to know that Anthony and I are going to do a lot more work, and I'm going to have a tremendous amount of material at earthfiles.com, because this month in my August Coast to Coast AM, a Dreamland, and a series that I'm going to unfold at Earth Files, I will be on the last Thursday of this month for 3 hours, and I'm going to make at least 2 half hours from the interview. What I'm going to share this morning is not edited, but it is a segment that I think is extremely important. It relates to Helen Luttrell. It relates to everything that I've shared with you in the first workshop and the lecture. The focus of this, we've been in Nevada. We're talking about hybrids underground in a vast installation at Area 51, not too far from Las Vegas. And now we're going to move to northern New Mexico and the notorious Dulce. And all of us have heard about underground levels at Dulce going back to the early 1980s. Nobody has ever been able to prove it. There have been several substantive whistleblowers. The strongest said that he had worked as a security guard named Thomas C., who talked with his girlfriend, who talked with John Lear. That goes back to the mid-'80s, the famous story that the security guard had snuck out some videotape and photographs of these different levels where gray extraterrestrials were mixing and matching genes to make all kinds of life forms. And nobody believed it then. Nobody had any context to believe it. I was very dubious, but Dulce never went away. And where we're going to go now, even if it has to remain in the anonymous source level, it is another U.S. Air Force Lieutenant Colonel that gave the download to Anthony Sanchez. And let's right now just look at a map. The red circle is Dulce. It's 85 miles northeast of Farmington in Aztec, where there was another very important craft retrieval back in March of 1948, we think. It's very close to the Colorado border, where on the other side of the border is one of 2 Archuleta mesas that cross the New Mexico-Colorado border there. And this is where, allegedly, there are many levels underground that include extraterrestrial territories where genetic experimentation, cloning, and hybridization programs are ongoing. For the first time, talking with Anthony, it came into focus when he said that the Colonel introduced to the underground hybridization program in the 70s, like the first Colonel was brought into the humanization program in Nevada in 1956, that he got the clear understanding in his briefing that all of the underground installations under Dulce had been there for thousands, perhaps millions of years. The opening quote of the book is by a U.S. Air Force Lieutenant Colonel X that Anthony Sanchez interviewed about the Colonel's work in this other ET human hybrid project underground, the Archuleta Mesas near Dulce, New Mexico. He told Anthony, quote, "If you had told me half the things we would read in those briefing documents that I saw, I would have said you were insane," close quote. Now, the background, briefly, is that on January 6, 2010, in Placer County, California, between Sacramento and Lake Tahoe, that Anthony Sanchez conducted a confidential interview with a retired United States Air Force Lieutenant Colonel regarding a classified incident that took place in 1979 at a secret U.S. government base in Dulce, New Mexico. How can it be a government base and an extraterrestrial long-time genetic program? Some of you may know or have seen some of the work by Tal Levesque. Is anybody familiar with Tal Levesque's work? Well, in the early 80s, he was a very close friend of Bill Hamilton, who was also involved in investigations, and Tal Levesque spent a lot of time with me showing me documents. And perhaps the most important thing that Tal told me was that his father, Tal Levesque's father, worked for the Department of Energy, that was the Atomic Energy Commission when we exploded the bombs, and that it is the AEC and the Navy that have all of the really hot material from all of the evolution of this government on extraterrestrial matters, and that they have used the Air Force and the Army and intel agencies, and that redirects the American taxpayer's mind away from where the true source of all the material that we want to see. It's always been under the U.S. Navy and the Atomic Energy Commission, as they have changed names and assignments and special access projects. They were the original ones, and they have most of what we want. And according to this Lieutenant Colonel, he was assigned to a Dulce Special Medical Detachment in 1979. So 56 on Colonel Nadine, this colonel gets to Dulce in 1979. Quote, "Due to the enigmatic nature surrounding the UFO phenomenon and the potentially adverse consequences of publicly disclosing highly classified information, the colonel has been granted anonymity," close quote. That's what Anthony. And this is why this is so difficult. The classifications of this kind of information is because the government thinks that none of us can handle any of this, right? And that people have been killed over and over and over in the 50s, the 60s, and at least some of the 70s, who had information like what I'm sharing with you this morning, and they were killed to keep it from reaching the public. And then somewhere in the early 80s, I was told that policy began to change. One time I was at a conference and I never saw the man's face. I had been speaking, it was, I think, Eureka Springs, and I was feeling very I started to say attacked, and that's not quite right. I was feeling like I was being impinged by all kinds of indirect, heavy-duty pressure on me to stop everything I was doing. And I had said that out loud at the conference, that I was concerned about myself and other people investigating something that I, as an American journalist, felt that I had every right in the world to try to keep going, to understand what other life forms there could be in the universe and why our government would have such a severe policy of denial about it, and why in the United States, growing up as an American, I should feel that my life was threatened in investigating matters that the government denied were even existing. But I did feel threatened. A lot of people felt threatened. And at that conference, a man ran up when I was surrounded by a whole bunch of people that were asking me questions. And I felt his air, I felt his, the heat of his voice in my right ear. And he said, I know that you are worried about whether you will survive. I know that you are worried about what the government could do. I'm here to tell you, don't worry, keep going and doing what you're doing. And he was gone. Well, it's Deus ex machina, dropping out of the sky in human form, but none of us have any guarantees. Anthony Sanchez has no guarantees. He's really been rumbled. And his book that came out in 2010 and 2011 has basically disappeared. It says to me, this is a book with a lot of truth, but I want you to know, as much as I've been exposed to, UFO Highway is heavy duty. It is really, really heavy duty. And I'm going to go so far with the idea that Anthony and I are going to be working on doing a whole bunch more. Hopefully, we're going to be left alone to do it. So,
living amongst us is an alien-human hybrid race. Long time ago, there was a group called the progenitors that came to our solar system. They inhabited Mars until something cataclysmic happened on Mars. They forced them underground on Mars, and after several thousand years, they made their way to Earth. Earth was not necessarily the ideal place for their genetic makeup. It posed a lot of difficulties for them. These progenitors started to modify their genetic makeup and subsequently bred offspring that had a better chance at surviving on Earth. Over time, these offspring were forced to interbreed with humans. These alien-human hybrids still exist to this day. They carry a genetic component that shows their alien origins. Not all humans have this alien origin. It's very confusing because all modern humans have been genetically modified. This is why we saw these exponential levels in our evolution. By comparison to other animals on this planet, no other animal has evolved at the level that humans have. This is because some 250,000 years ago, we were genetically modified so that we would become upright, highly intelligent, and capable of working for these aliens. Prior to that point, we were not capable of servicing these aliens. These aliens created a subcaste called Greys, Igigis. So when I'm talking about the progenitors, I'm referring to the Anunnaki. Now, the alien-human hybrid group that exists today, these are the descendants of the Anunnaki.
Okay, now the Anunnaki, in terms of what was carved in stone, were depicted as being much taller than, we'll call them normal, classic Cro-Magnon, Homo sapiens sapien, as they are depicted in the stone. And the very tall so-called Sumerian gods wore ropey headdresses, had on some type of robe, and often carried a rod in one of their hands that in the last 30 years or so has been defined by several people in military and other whistleblowers as being a communication technology for the telepathic communication of the once Sumerian gods to the Homo sapiens sapien. And that is what was translated into the so-called royal bloodlines of the scepter and the ball. Did either the first interview in 2008 in the abandoned parking lot, or when you finally get to talk with the colonel, these men give you a timeline in which the progenitors left Mars and arrived at Earth? What time in Earth's timeline did the progenitors start creating grays, various standing up primates, and so forth?
The colonel gave me the timeline. So my understanding, well, the information that I received from the colonel is that this progenitor group left the Sirius system for our own, okay?
Right.
This is a long time ago. And they arrived, let me make sure I'm telling you this correctly, and I'm not editing. 1 million years ago, they arrived to our solar system. For 100,000 years, they lived on Mars. Mars, there was this cataclysmic event that affected Mars. I believe it was asteroids. It affected the atmosphere. So 900,000 years later, they came to Earth. And during that entire time, they struggled to survive on Earth. And about 250,000 years ago, the progenitors themselves actually died away. And it was their descendants who the colonel referred to as the Australbus, which are essentially the descendants of these Anunnaki progenitors, began to thrive on Earth. They also created the Greys at that point, referred to as the Igigi, or the Aloha Greys, the Aloha. Now, they were created as a subcaste, which was, they shared no genetic DNA, they had no genetic makeup with the progenitors. All of the genetic factors in creating the Greys was sourced through alien genetic materials, and it wasn't until much later that the Greys used Earth-based genetic materials to continue propagating. 250,000 years ago, it coincided with, many things culminated at the 250,000 year mark, which was the Greys began to essentially manage humans, the progenitors died off, the Australbus remained, and humans were genetically modified to begin servicing both the Greys and these Anunnaki offspring.
Were defined as what physically?
They were the first Anunnaki human hybrid. That was something they never wanted to do. The progenitors, when they began modifying their own genetic makeup so that subsequent generations would be able to survive on Earth, they never intended to interbreed with humans. They never intended to borrow DNA from humans. It wasn't until much later, when subsequent generations of Anunnaki continued to die off, that they realized they needed to incorporate a human genetic component in their own genome and their own genetic structure so that they could survive. And those alien human hybrids, those are the descendants of the Anunnaki. Those are the Australbus.
What do they look like?
They look just like you and me. Where they differ is they carry a genetic component that clearly shows their alien origin. And they are very, very controlling about their bloodlines. They have very strict protocols about how they propagate.
Would that fit in with the whole concept of royal bloodlines?
Absolutely. Royal bloodlines and extremely wealthy bloodlines.
Do they have any specific physical characteristics?
None that I'm aware of, because my understanding is that they have successfully propagated around the planet, and there's no specific physical trait that sets them apart from humans. There are Chinese, there are Latin Americans, there are Europeans that belong to this tightly controlled bloodline. It is a genetic component, and it's not necessarily limited to one specific group.
Why in your book are they referenced in relationship to the interview with the colonel as being, quote, light bringers or Illumina?
I think that has to do with the fact that over time, these groups have emerged, these secret societies have emerged, and one of them being the Illuminati, and the groups essentially refer to some of the symbolism behind the origins that ultimately culminated into the names that they use for their groups.
Are they tall blondes?
I believe so. My understanding, Linda, is that there are multiple bloodlines.
Why the Astra Albus have had tightly controlled bloodlines of their alien origin stretching back for at least 250,000 years.
Well, for one practical purpose. Once they refined the hybridization process, they had to be very careful as to not disturb that process so they didn't cause anomalies that would result in the same patterns that were seen with their predecessors.
The ones that got sick and died away.
Correct.
And what was the heart of their disease?
It had to do with the atmosphere, Earth's atmosphere. Earth's atmosphere was not conducive to their genetic makeup.
Any other specific medical problem?
Yes. There was unexpected changes in the Earth's environment, mostly greater levels of radiation from the sun that began to corrupt their DNA. So essentially their salvation would come through splicing their own genes with humans to produce a new species capable of successfully interbreeding. The Astra albus essentially created many generations of humans before finally achieving the one that they would accept and be able to breed with naturally. That is the modern human. That is one of the reasons why they created us initially.
If the Astra albus produced genetically both the grays and the evolving standing up primates from Homo erectus up to Cro-Magnon, Homo sapiens sapien, to do work for them, to serve them in some capacity on the earth, why is it that the gray made by the Astra albus would end up cooperating with Homo sapiens sapien that the grays were supposed to manage?
25,000 years ago, the Anunnaki put the Greys on the other side of the planet in the hopes that they would die off. In fact, they infected them with a disease that was designed to kill them and die in the hopes that they would die off. The progenitors warned their offspring that the Greys could eventually become a threat to them. And they did at one point. According to the Colonel and the archaeological tablets that were discovered in Dulce, at one point, humans were worshiping the Greys, the Igigi. And the Anunnaki descendants saw this, they put a stop to it, and they tricked the Greys, essentially, into putting them on the other side of the planet, which is modern-day Dulce.
So, I'm still learning, so I'm a student with you. This and we need the big screens and that I could use pointers, but I'll try to the no. So where did the progenitors come from? They came from Sirius AB. What did the Dogon tribe in Africa shock the African missionary people or the professors that went there with all of their detailed knowledge about the astronomical interactions of Sirius A and B that we knew nothing about in the 1800s? And you all, you know what I'm talking about. I'm assuming now you guys have read the Sirius Mystery and that you are familiar with the fact that in the 1800s, this was shocking information. It was buried in a French scientific journal, and ultimately, 50 15 years ago, The Sirius Mystery was published. What is the author's name again? Who? Templeton, that's right. Temple, Robert Temple. Yeah, and it is a very important book. If you have not read The Sirius Mystery, it is, in funny, strange way, it is the first bead in this story, meaning that it would explain why a very small tribe, the Dogon tribe in Africa, for the last hundreds of years would have had detailed astronomical information about Sirius A and B that our astronomers had no knowledge about until we got into the 20th century. So now, this Air Force Lieutenant Colonel is establishing that Sirius A and B is the source of progenitors, that's his word, that traveled to Mars in this solar system 1 million years ago. I realize that as I say these words, I sound like I'm describing a script from Star Trek. But it's my understanding from long ago when I was working on the HBO project, I was told that Gene Roddenberry was taken into some of the MJ-12 confidences and that Star Trek was put together absolutely on purpose with backing from people working in MJ-12 on the extraterrestrial challenge so that the general world audience would be exposed to all of these bizarre concepts through a TV program where it would all be safe and entertaining. So follow through with me and try to go into a non-fiction mode in your mind that we are now talking about the true history of the solar system and the planet. Here, I'm going to try to go down the list as I understand it so far. And remember, this is August 11th. I hope by the last week in August, I will be able to do this much, much more and more coherently. My understanding is that the Syrians, 1 million years ago, go to Mars. The colonel calls them progenitors. They live on Mars and probably are the ones responsible for Cydonia and the face that NASA and company have tried to convince us is a sandhill of light and shadow, that it actually was the representation of something, that was a complex, that there were all kinds of complexes on Mars, and that the progenitors lived there for 100,000 years, and then there was an asteroid impact that destroyed much, but they were able to get some kind of an exodus to the next planet over that had a lot of water, and that was Earth. But when they got here, they had a tremendous amount of problems with the atmosphere and the gravity of Earth, and that this led to, because they were obviously capable of doing genetic hybridization, that they began mixing and matching genes on this planet, trying to find a way to survive their own deterioration and extinction. And that they made grays that they called ELOAH, very close to Elohim. And they ended up later on making a series of standing up primates from already evolving primates that ended up being us. And that they made a group, when they made the grays, they made Astro Albus, which may be, that's the question. What is the Astro Albus? They are described as being white. The Astro Albus was the closest to the original Sirius AB progenitors. It was their way of trying to build something that would extend their life into it, and then the progenitors went extinct. The Astro Albus is what survived and was what became, with the Greys, the creators of the Sumerian gods in what we call Mesopotamia. That, I think, are the rapid cycle cloned beings with the large nose, the vertical pupils, the ropey headdress, carrying the rod that is drawn in the meeting in 1964 on Earth at Holloman Air Force Base. I think these are one and the same. The Astro Albus would have the ability to also do this rapid cycle cloning and extend whatever its need for human form, or we'll call it the archeloid form, so that they could sustain life on Earth. In human literature, the closest in history we get back to joining up with this Lieutenant Colonel Air Force description of the true history of what is behind this exodus from Sirius to Mars to Earth are the Igigi. How many people have studied the Igigi? 4 or 5. We all need to do a lot of homework. And the Igigi, I have read, it's quite fascinating. But when you read the IGIGI, that's what it is, IGIGI. Go Google, start with Google. Just put that word in and you'll see what comes up. Remember that we have the problem that our education and our website, they are tracking the official Harvard, Oxford interpretation that civilization began 5,000 years ago. And you have to now start setting all of that aside, and you have to start trying with an open mind to at least look at this in this book, which we will hopefully get more of and get it out there, that there is this huge history before 5,000. 5,000 is a tiny scratch on this huge iceberg. And that all of the terraforming and the mythology of Plato and Herodotus about Atlantis is probably describing these efforts by the original Syrians go to Mars, to Earth, trying to find a way to survive on another planet. What we do not know is what was the original problem on Sirius that sent the progenitors. And the other question that I ask Anthony Sanchez that I think is vital: who is the enemy of the progenitors? He has no idea. This whole issue of extraterrestrial territorial conflicts is the key to so much. And it is so hidden in this game of changing the external forms and the clones and the hybrids, and we cannot tell the players without some sort of infrared technology. But the Igigi and the Anunnaki, I believe, are the same, and I believe the Igigi and the Anunnaki were made by rapid cycle cloning, and that they are one and the same as the character behind the Ebens at the meeting at Holloman Air Force Base. Another very important part out of the Lieutenant Colonel, it's a very important, a very long book. You're just getting a teeny piece. But how many people have read Holy Blood, Holy Grail? Good. That's a very important book. You have to go to the back footnotes. I think it's the 3rd page from the end, where I wrote notes when I got the book on its first printing back in the 80s. And in the back footnotes, it says, Merovingians thought to be extraterrestrials coming from a reptilian bloodline. A reptilian bloodline is the Anunnaki. Zechariah Sitchin and I had long conversations about this in person, that the Anunnaki were scaled. They wore the ropey headdress, they wore the long robes, but they were scaled. They had vertical pupils. Another government guy said to me, I realize I'm treading into a little dangerous ground here, but I think that if we're ever going to understand a true history, that we have to face, that we have to use some names and words that might be nitroglycerin in the political arena of this world now, in order to even understand what is happening on the planet right now in 2014. A government guy said, you know that part in the Bible where Abraham gets upset because one of his sons comes into the tent And the words are that Abraham does not want his son to see his body. The government guy said to me, it's because Abraham was one of the last in which the scales of the reptile were on the surface of the skin. And that they learned how, through hybridization and cloning, to make human form that would not have the scales on the outside. And that the bloodline from Abraham down to Noah is that. From Noah, the bottleneck, historically in terms of the literature, we are all the product and not be the product of anything except Noah. We know that's not true because there have been extraterrestrials, at least 3 competing groups that have been using the planet for 270 million years. So this is not the only story. What the Anthony Sanchez UFO highway finally is bringing into focus for me is that Earth had been being used for 270 million years. We don't know. We don't have a timeline handed to us about when something traveled from Sirius to Mars, had problems, and came to Earth and had problems. But let's assume that Earth was being terraformed and harvested by other extraterrestrial civilizations. The entry of the Sirius exodus from Mars would have been another geopolitical territorial pawn on the Earth chessboard. This may be where all of these conflicts and descriptions of a long-going war between the Ebens and the tall blondes, that seems to be a common denominator, that is part of the issue. What is allowable to do with life? What is allowable to do with hybrids and cloning? We don't have those answers, but suddenly I'm beginning to see how you can get conflict between extraterrestrials if there is an exodus from a solar system or within a solar system that ends up on a planet where something else is already working. Then, out of the Sumerian Mesopotamian source, that big, huge node on this planet for so long has been this area that has been largely desert, not always, moments of water. The Sphinx has had rain on it, but largely desert. And it's my understanding that the Eben types have to be in some sort of warmer air, and that the Nordics hate warm air. They want it colder, just like we want air conditioning or not. So there is some sort of a beginning to have a gestalt of different life forms with different needs that are on a planet, and they are all trying to come up with what they want, what they need, and they collide with each other. And that the whole concept of the Mesopotamian group, Holy Blood, Holy Grail, the Merovingians being an extraterrestrial bloodline that was reptilian. Where did that Merovingian bloodline go? If Jim Mars were here, he could give you another 3 hours on that. His Rule by Secrecy book is vital. Rule by Secrecy, what was it about? That the Merovingians coming with vis-a-vis the Anunnaki in Mesopotamia, they end up going into Europe, and that the Chateau Lorraine with that gigantic 5-star, I'm going to call it landscaping geometry, like the first huge crop formation, only it's a land formation, and it's in France, and it is real. It is a 5-pointed star. It is superimposed on the Rennes-le-Chateau geography. And from Jim's point of view, that is Merovingian, that is extraterrestrial, that is marking territory. The royal bloodlines with their blue blood are the Merovingians. Just keep that in your head. The royal bloodlines, doesn't matter which country, was an effort on the part of these Astro Albus to keep their blood that had originated on Sirius and all of the problems that they had in trying to sustain life here. And they propped it up through the Eloah, the Greys, and the Astro Albus that they made, trying to basically project a civilization into new forms of life on a new planet. At least the DNA would be extended. And as Crick said when I talked about that part of the panspermia, and David Wilcock has talked about it in his book, Synchronicity is the Key, that right now, for the very first time on Earth, DNA scientists and others are finding that if they take a certain frequency, a certain resonance, and apply it to light or water under certain conditions, that something akin to a double helix molecule of DNA will automatically emerge from the right frequency applied to either light or water. That would suggest, if this is real, then this universe is made, is programmed to interact in water and light to produce the double helix DNA. And that means whether you're on Sirius or Earth or 7 billion light years away or at the end of the universe, where there is life, it is going to be a DNA molecule of some sort. Meaning that there is a self-activating software in this universe that is always waiting, ready to be activated by resonance and frequency. And that all of these stone circles that go back in time, if Michael Tellinger is right, at 250,000 years, and all of those strange animal characters on the very bizarre Göbekli Tepe, they could have been machines that were related to the hybridization program that was involved in making the Eloah, the Greys, and the Astro Albus. We would be the, as that one DIA guy said to me, we would be the 37th model of a Hoover vacuum cleaner that had been made over the time since the Astro Albus, the Merovingians, the evolution of that type trying to get their own geopolitical control on Earth. All these roly-poly primates are coming up, but they haven't got a clue about any of this superstructure of other intelligences that are not only made them, but are engineering the whole planet and probably have underground facilities right now on Mars, which maybe we've discovered. Maybe we are on Mars collaborating with Astro Albuses right now. And that it's not science fiction. The royal bloodlines down to Queen Elizabeth and the new little baby boy, they are what the original Syrians who ran into trouble, who had to escape Mars, who get to Earth, find it's very difficult to live here the way they were made, and they've got to transfer their civilization onto something that will sustain, that the bloodline issue that we've run into in abductions, the bloodline issue of the Merovingians moving into Europe, the bloodline issues behind Illuminati. That was a word I always have tried to stay away from, and suddenly in the Lieutenant Colonel, the Air Force Lieutenant Colonel that Anthony has interviewed and is saying that Astro Albus in his briefing was translated as Illumini or white. The Illuminati in this definition, and as far as Anthony Sanchez is concerned, the colonel was stressing the Illuminati is the bloodline of the Astro Albus on this planet trying to sustain an elite Astro Albus control through royal bloodlines in the barter system. Right now in 2014, 1% of this planet is running, manipulating, and controlling 99%. And the rest of us wonder what's wrong with this picture. So I personally feel that Homo sapien deserves to know what we really are. Homo sapien deserves to know if we're being replaced. And for some reason, none of this scares me. I think I feel anger. And at the same time I feel anger, I also feel a great sorrow. They are both in me equal. Long ago, when I was working on Glimpses of Other Realities, Volume 1 and 2, and I was talking with Andreessen about the Andreessen affair and all of her interactions with a variety of ETs, and we were at a lunch, and Ken Ring, who had written, I think it was called Moving Toward Omega, and it was about his parallel of how similar near-death experiences in the abduction syndrome were. The characteristics of what was happening to human beings in NDEs and in abductions were so similar. And as we were sitting there, and Betty Andreessen was across from me, she said, and she started pounding. She's not a person who is at all violent. She's wonderful. But she felt so passionately. She said, Linda, it's in our very blood, the key. She said, the blood is the key. And she couldn't articulate, because so many people in the abduction syndrome are shown holographic, three-dimensional education, where they are shown, they've been shown a lot of this, actually, the more I think about it looking back, but humans have not had any template. No one has ever given us anything in which we could understand the strange evolutionary life on this planet, in which Homo sapiens sapien feels, I believe, strangely strangeness or strangerness on this planet. Humans are having such a hard time staying connected with each other. Why suddenly in this 21st century has the world been reduced to 3 by 5 inch glass screens? I don't want one. I don't ever want one. I feel that what has happened with the iPhone and the digital, even though I am trying to work with earth files in the computer, that something has now made it so much easier to communicate with, control, and monitor humanity. So what do we want to be? What do we want to be? We have grown up in a country that says that we are a democracy founded of and by and for the people. And we're living on a planet that is controlled by 1% of the population, which is probably not even human, is probably reptilian, and they have a control on the planet that we have not even had acknowledged as possibly even being a reality in the universe. We are so disconnected. We are living on a concocted planet that is serving as a pharmacy. This is a pharmacy for other life forms. Humans need pharmaceutical help of a nature in truth. Maybe if we knew all of this for real, maybe if we had a government that had the press conference of all centuries, we're just going to say it and let the chips fall where they may. I absolutely think that the current Pope in Rome could stand up next to that president and go like this, because all of this is about life forms in this 13.8 billion year universe that must have hundreds of millions of planets with life. For this Earth to keep going forward in the 21st century where an Air Force colonel that I know told a Navy ensign he had been exposed to UFOs, ETs, photos. This is another big long story, but he was in Space Command in Washington, D.C. This happened in 98. And the space commander, because he's got this young Navy guy who has been exposed to UFOs and ETs and photos, and he's been hurt, and other people have been hurt because they had an accident and they were exposed to this, and they really, really get squashed. And the Space Command guy is talking to this one because the four-star space commander wants to know what they saw, because the four-star commander does not have special access to the photos of extraterrestrials that are hidden by a tiny few. Imagine this. So you get the commander of a unit in Washington, D.C., who brings in this poor, scared, trembling Navy guy who has seen these photos and tells him, yes, yes, we call them EBINs, extraterrestrial biological entities. That is at least a truthful statement. And then when the Navy ensign says to him, well, when are you going to tell the American people? And the guy answered immediately, the four-star, never, never. No one ever on this planet will know, because religions will collapse, Wall Street will collapse, nations will collapse. You're right. Wall Street's always up there. And you stand back from this. This is insanity. We're living on an insane, concocted, black-controlled planet to keep us from knowing that there's other life in the universe that may have medical problems, and that in those medical problems we could help. And if we could help and have a straightforward, in the public relationship with other life forms that have all these abilities, then we wouldn't need fossil fuels. We would probably be able to have energy that would come out of holding a rod like Tesla wanted to do, and you would get energy from the electromagnetic grid. That we are being kept almost like slaves in a cave with a fire, while 1% of the planet continues to get everything that it needs, even for its extraterrestrial needs, while others are being killed, and hybrids are being killed, like Rachel, because they become a threat of the truth. They probably want to take me out. They probably want to take a bunch of people out. And I just simply cannot accept that I am living on a planet with 7 billion beings, and 1% is going to have the final word on what happens in the rest of this, whatever future there is. There is one other piece, and I'll be happy to take your questions, but you need to hear this. 1986, a man comes up from White Sands, seeks me out because of my work. We sit down at a table. I have never seen him before or since. I've had a lot of one-on-one meetings where people will come, they say, I can talk with you for a little bit, but you can't have my real name, you can't do this. And he said, I want you to know that I work with a physicist who says that he has been coming and going on a regular basis to an underground facility on Mars. He said, this isn't Star Trek, this isn't Hollywood. He said, this is for real. And he said, when I've talked with this physicist about why it is that the humans on this planet are being left in the dark continually about what we are working on in bits and pieces in compartmentalized information around extraterrestrial back engineering of technology that our government so badly wants and is willing to do a treaty that says, yes, you can abduct some of our people for medical research. Yes, you can mutilate animals. We will keep it a secret. He said the physicist answer to his question What is going to happen? What's going to happen in the future? And the physicist said, the government's perception on the population on this planet is that we are like grasshoppers before the winter. And when I hear things like that, I never feel fear, I feel rage. Something so unfair is happening, and yet. The Eben hybrid tried to give Marissa back her eyesight. Jacques Vallée told the famous story of the light that came onto the balcony, the second story in France. It was a doctor, he had smashed his leg in some accident, and he stood there and a beam came out. He was automatically healed. Down in South America, there was a famous case from the 50s of a man who was outside, and all of a sudden up came a craft and down came a beam. Same beam technology that takes animals up and down to mutilate them. In this case, they took this man, he was 70 some years old. He had I think 1 or 2 teeth. His hair had fallen out. The beam comes down around this man. The beam retracts, and he's now back in his 20s. Today, where it seemed preposterous then, today we can see that is time manipulation. It also could be DNA resurrection, reconstitution with frequencies, that all of this is possible. And that the 1% have access to it. I'm really not on a political harangue. I am just a humble reporter who has tried very hard to understand from 1979 who or what was mutilating all of these animals in a way that was not comprehensible to humans. And it has taken me all these paths up to this day and through all of these extraordinarily difficult subjects. And as I stand here thinking, whoever is president of the United States is not in control of anything. That what has happened, not just in this country, but I'm sure it's the same in England and Australia and New Zealand and Canada and Germany and all, except Russia. Putin, I think, is in charge. When you realize that the planet now it's a silent revolution in which the intelligence agencies now run the world. Anybody who thinks otherwise is kidding themselves. The intelligence agencies, counterintelligence side, and intel in World War II are what largely got us through that war. They are some of the brightest and best there is. That's why they can do that work. They might think the time has come in this transition that we all feel it. I think everybody feels. This is not like the sense of Christmas coming. This is a feeling that something so huge, so life-changing is going to occur in our lifetime that you can feel it palpably. But is what's coming going to be under the control of humans, hybrids, clones, full-bore prime intelligences, or the divine field? And it's the last that I count on. I said it in my lecture, I said it in the first workshop, I couldn't mean it more. I told you this is heavy duty, this is hard going, but at my core and your core, there is a soul. And unless we're giving lip service, and there's too much of that now in this Kardashianized world, everything is for show and lip service and PR and all of that. But if you are going to the heart of your soul and your mind and your spirit, and you're not giving lip service, the words "you really don't die" should have a meaning. That the book Proof of Heaven by the neurosurgeon Eben Alexander should be a part of your mind, body, and spirit. That when the extraterrestrial told the captain at Los Alamos in the 1949 to 52 period, reincarnation, the recycling of souls, is the machinery of the universe. And also said there is a devil, and that the Ebens are as afraid of the devil as we are, without any explanation. The boxes here of this chess game, all the matter worlds fall to me in the same category, and that is matter and life trying to sustain itself in the matter worlds. But the soul source is not the matter worlds. The animus of your container, the Eben's container, the Astro Albus's container, the alligator's container, I don't care what the container form is, that life force, that animus that clearly disappears like that at death, has a different source. And I think that source is a divine field. And I think that divine field is the alpha to the omega, the infinite that has no entropy in it, has no destruction in it, has no death in it. And I think that divine field is responsible for the creation of the matter worlds that we do not understand. We don't understand why there should be a pitting of life and death, hatred and love, light and darkness. It is at the core of my own confusion to be in a universe and on a planet where life must eat other life to survive. Maybe there is a universe where that doesn't happen. Maybe that's a part of the whole scheme. The divine field is trying and struggling to work something out about what is allowable to do with life itself. And that the end goal is that every soul that has been through every possible universe will choose to go back to the divine field. And then that would be the end of all the matter worlds. Meanwhile, we're on a planet in a solar system that is completely different than we have been taught. And if this transition toward what is coming is part of what we are discussing right here today, something has to crack this open. I cannot believe that we're going to continue through the 21st century killing life at a pace on this earth that is the sixth mass extinction. Taking water for golf courses when food needs water. That the bass-ackwards, upside-down priorities of the 1% that hold the ownership of the planet right now will prevail. I cannot believe that the divine field is going to allow the 1% marauding the 99% to continue. Therefore, what may be coming may have a source in the divine field. Whatever it is, for those of you who think back at this morning and here, I think I have tried to show you at least some of the real pieces of real truths about a very complicated universe in which other life running for its life, for reasons unknown, with enemies unknown, have ended up being why we are here on Earth. We humans and hybrids, we are defined now, all of us as hybrids, all of us as having extraterrestrial genes. We are all on this earth as a life because of other life in the universe coming here. If you all could start saying to me, if you think there's any way that what I've presented to you this morning could be presented publicly, is there any way beyond a room of people who seek it out to a Kardashianized world that doesn't care? Yes.
Hey, I mean, okay, first of all,
Let's give her a standing ovation. Yes. So beautiful.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
What time do you want to finish? It's 12 now.
Can I take it? Can I put them in? 15 minutes. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. I love you. I love you. I really do. We don't know each other, but I can feel that connection and a compassion for human beings that feel like I do, that we are a life form that is being torn apart. And that when we are in a room like this and you feel like we're not all just stumbling in ignorance, there is something that binds us that I think goes to the level of our soul, that we shouldn't be dividing ourselves as male, female. We should be together as human beings.
thanks a lot, and it's too personal for me at this point. But I know that I want to say one thing, which is that there are so many people right now that feel so inspired because of any seriously moving and data-heavy presentation like yours was solicit from the kind of people that come together, 2 grand of us.
Yeah, and how do we do this, or how do I do this in the world without being stoned?
But, so the issue that I feel is significant, that comes back and forth to me, that it's somewhat specific, you know, and that is this thing about these conflicting values related to motives that have to do with the extraterrestrials, which we see in their camps, you know, not being able to believe that once we get past a certain thing, that don't worry, folks, no conflict, no wars, no, we see with it. You know, that may be a little naive, right? So, but I'm thinking that even when you get to the level of the remnant of the magi that there is, because they're not going to give up control functions.
Yeah, that's the problem, that there's been so much reinforcement at the testosterone bastard level. And I'm sorry, I'm not trying to offend you guys, but you know what I mean. There is a testosterone bastard gestalt in the defense departments of the world. And those are men. I actually feel sorry for them. They are born and raised and trained. Number one, they start like this and there's no possibility of argument. And then they have the barter system. You'll have all the money in the titles. If you never question, you carry out these orders, and pretty soon we have, the world's being run by
And Linda, could you just repeat the question so we can get it on the DVD when you do get asked questions?
well, I was asking if there was, from the audience, if there are, do people have any ideas of how I would take what I presented here and do it to more audiences? Because I think that I and others will be stoned metaphorically and literally with trying to take this information out to the public.
Yeah, that would be a great issue. I can relate to that too, but I want to keep it kind of brief because I know that, like I said, there's so many people that have a need to probably want to ask questions right now. And that is that, isn't it, don't you feel that there's a possibility that even in the current top, elite, top-down management kind of level, there's still this split in the values. Because you said you're worried.
Oh.
You're worried about your own safety and other people's. We understand that for the reasons we know historically.
You mean some want this out and some are just saying no?
that there's like often sort of, you see two camps that they're conflict with each other, even on the Magi level as far as what.
I think that's true, yes. Yes, but you got to realize for 60 years at least, FDR was dealing with celestial aircraft and the Secretary of War, so it goes back actually more than 60, but if you take World War II on, it's 60 years in which everything that we have just discussed has been the actual fabric in some secret rooms. All of this has been discussed and evolving, and they are the ones that are prevailing, like the 4-star who says, never, we're never going to be told the truth. They're prevailing, and I think that's wrong.
But that there's a group that feels that yes, that's not the right path, that there should be some kinds, they want to.
Well, let's see if there's anybody else here who has any feedback to me. Yes.
Okay, I think that this is all going to get into the mainstream very soon, and that you will be able to present this to more and more people just because of the fact that I'm a flight attendant. I knew 9/11 was an inside job from day one because buildings don't fall into their own footprint in 10 seconds flat without it being a controlled demolition. And I would try to go in and talk to the pilots, and they would get up, if you were at the bar, they would get up and walk out of the room. And their eyes would glaze over, and it's just like, no, there's no way in hell that our country would have done that to our own citizens. And now I can sit down and talk to them, and their eyes don't glaze over, and they don't get up and walk away. And I do think that if the mass consciousness, the more of us that attend this and start researching and finding out the truth, it adds that truth to the mass consciousness because we are all one and we are all connected, and there is going to be a great awakening.
But the issue is 9/11, I think Jim Marr's book, Inside Job, is the correct title. But, right. But the problem about it is that shows how far this government is willing to go to do and suppress anything. That's the scary part. It isn't that you guys aren't ready. It isn't that other people in all over in cities in the United States might be able to be educated if I were allowed without being evaporated. It is that the government is taking a controlling, the Patriot Act alone is the most disgusting thing that has happened, I think, in the United States. And when you are living and your own country is turning into a fascist police state while you are alive protesting with other people, the fascist police state is essentially the nature now of the political system of the United States. And what can the 99% of the United States do to change that? This, to me, is the crux of the problem. Where does the majority get a leverage any longer on the Astro Albus?
Isn't that the issue with Snowden? Aren't they really afraid of what Snowden can say? Not the crap about the NSA, but what he knows about aliens and their insidious...
I hope so. I mean, I think Snowden is a hero. I think he is a super patriot. I really do. He's not a traitor. He confronted this unbelievable level of superpower state. And the issue is, what does Snowden have? What does Greenwald have that they have not yet released? There was a rumor.
That's the real issue with Snowden.
And maybe Snowden will open up something and then I will be able to do this more. I don't know. Yes.
You are asking about what we can do to spread the truth more quickly.
Meaning what I've presented, I meant specifically about what I've just done in the last 3 hours, the lecture and the other workshop. So
Yeah.
I've done a combined of about 6 hours here on this weekend.
I understand.
And if I took that 6 hours out to public meetings anywhere outside of a place like
Yeah.
Contact in the Desert, I think that literally, figuratively, and metaphorically, I would be stoned, and the government would probably want me gone.
No, I understand, but as a French, I can tell you that we have a lot of trouble to find information. A lot of information is in English, okay? French people doesn't speak English, it doesn't understand anything. It's not like German people. And what I am seeing is that all the material that we can find is only on books or videos, and we have a big problem because even if I want to translate your work for free, I have a big issue because I have no transcription, and the base of the work for us is to have the transcription of your work. And it can be translated in Chinese, Spanish,
Right.
whatever, very easily now with the technology. But actually, I don't speak about you personally, but you in general still use the main stream, that is writing books, selling books, doing videos, and this is not good for spreading the truth. Transcription is the key.
I see. What you're saying is I have to transcribe constantly in my work from audio, and if I had somebody or some way or a company that could take everything that I was transcribing into all languages
There is a
and
lot
it
of
just went
volunteers.
out there, that would be
Yeah.
How would we do that? Does anybody doing international?
I do that every day. I do that every day.
I want to talk with you guys.
Okay.
I would love to start getting more out to every country in the planet. Yes.
Wait, here.
Somebody videoing you. I don't know if I need that. Everything you do, you should have somebody videoing you so you have it as a record, because you say things that might be lost, right? Unless, I mean, you have said
Well-
things that are not in your books.
Yeah.
Because they came from the energy of the group, perhaps. And everything, if you have a video of it, then I mean, you,
Like going on YouTube every day.
yes, and
And the problem is, there's only one of me, and to do the work that I do takes, 18-hour days
so
every
maybe
day.
you're ready for a team.
And yeah, I need. Yeah, thank you.
Hi, Linda. A few years ago, I invited you to Peru back in 1991, when there was a chance to contact with benevolent, physical contact extraterrestrials.
1991.
Yes, during the first UFO Congress, or maybe the second. But you said that there were not credible contactees here and there, and we didn't agree. Anyhow, I think I'm trying to strike a balance between the information you presented, which I find very interested, some of it very credible, but also that we should know that there are different kinds of extraterrestrials that have not been recognized openly, not the Anunnaki and Greys and all those.
In Peru are the tall red hairs, and the tall red hairs may be related to the tall humanoids that are blonde and black-haired in Australobus. That's the part that none of us know for sure.
Not exactly. In Peru, there are human-like, oriental-like, brown skin, 6 feet tall extraterrestrials, for example. Not necessarily the tall, blonde, no.
Well, there's lots of tall red hairs in Peru.
Well, are you talking about the Paracas, craniums?
No. Up in the Andes, up in Pia Pinte, in areas where the extraterrestrials have landed, and even they've had interactions with people in Pia Pinte.
I don't know Pia Pinte. I've never heard about
It's
Pia Pinte.
outside of Cusco, 6 hours, and hairpin roads up to the top.
Okay. Well, that may be true. I'm not aware of that part. But what I'm trying to, I don't know if this is working.
I can hear you.
What I'm trying to suggest is that also Americans should go to Peru trying to find the bona fide, mentally balanced contactees that do not create UFO sects, but can actually demonstrate in a peaceful interactions with UFOs that can be filmed after an agreed upon time and place.
Okay, now,
Objectively.
just so I understand, are you saying that in Peru that you are having interactions with extraterrestrials without government interference?
Yeah, the government doesn't seem to have a clear policy in favor or against, not just in Peru, I'm
But
talking about...
what would happen if those extraterrestrials came to the United States to talk to our American public?
Actually, I have contactee friends that come to the United States, and they do have these meetings with a spacecraft that come. This is happening, for example, in Mount Shasta. It's not just Stephen Greer doing this.
But not official.
Let me finish,
It's
please.
not government to government.
You can go, let me finish. You can go to these gatherings in Mount Shasta, attended by maybe 50 or 60 Latin Americans, but no English-speaking, Anglo-speaking people, basically. Dr. Sala attended to one of these gatherings, and he witnessed the craft clearly 2 years ago. But you could go there, people could go there, people could find out that there are different kinds of extraterrestrials protecting the Earth.
All right, let me go to this lady back here.
Yeah, I've heard about that too, but you can't trust everything, right? My question is about whether your gut feeling or what you think is happening with that satanic or that scary group that is
the Tronoloids.
That's
You
scaring
couldn't say
everyone.
that they've never been depicted as satanic. They've been called dangerous, and that they camouflage themselves as blonde humans, and that they are at least 1,000 years in advance of us technologically. Satan is a whole other word and thing. So let's just say that there are these advanced insect-like ETs that Reagan was told were dangerous. Yeah. Well, I don't know whether that was also politically calculated. This is the problem. What is the reality check on the agendas?
It was the government.
Yeah. And so this is where we all are. It's very complicated, and we need reality checks, but I don't know who can give us reality checks. And I would like to be able to put this material out into a broader public, but I fear that the government is going to do something really harsh if any of us try to actually start synthesizing what I've done this weekend in Contact. Because well, that to me is not, it doesn't count journalistically. I'm a journalist and I want my name to go on what goes out there, so I'm saying I've at least vetted some of it and I know what's going on. And maybe this is an impossible question, and it probably is for us to answer, but I think what I'm getting from all of you is that you are here because you share the same frustrations about what we are and what the truth is, and that we're living in a country that's not giving us any facts. And that is what has bonded us. The question leaving Contact in the desert is, how do we go forward and change anything in the United States of America that would turn back to a country that actually honored of, by, and for the people, and that the government was the servant, not the dictator? And I don't have an answer to that, but I really do think that the extraterrestrial, the gigantic issue is rubbing in our faces. That we are now, after 60 years of policies of denial to keep extraterrestrial truths from us, it has corrupted and rotted and transformed this government into something that none of us like. How do we change it? I love you guys.